All right. So, hope everybody is doing well. And I'm just kind of, guess I'm done with my little setup here. What y'all up to? Everybody's good? Another day, another dollar, basically. A lot to discuss, a lot to cover. And I'm definitely interested in seeing who may have any sort of suggestions on where this discussion should go. I'm definitely open for that. Let me make sure of something. Everything is fine, right? It's streaming. Okay. Looks like I'm live here. Looks like I'm live on Twitch. Okay. Things look to be good. Let's see. Hope my audio levels is good. Anybody can hear me? Just to make sure. Hope everybody is fine. Let me see. So I had if you notice the thumbnail, if you're watching this from or you've seen this through like YouTube, you'll notice I have a few different games. So the games I chose them specifically because they each have an element of controversy to them, ranging from Mortal Kombat, Tekken, Dragon Age, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I wanted to use Baldur's Gate, but I couldn't find a good enough photo that I wanted to add. But it's just, I've just been watching a lot of things on the internet, and there's a few shows that's come out. So first of all, I am a huge sci-fi person. I love science fiction, so I'm a huge Star Trek fan, huge Star Wars fan. And so yeah, they have like this show, I think it's called Star Wars Academy or something like that. Oh, what's up, Crypto God? What's up, man? Yeah, so they have like this Star Wars Academy, Star Trek Academy show, and I watched the trailer of it, and I saw it on Instagram. I saw it on my Instagram when I was like browsing, when you're browsing through things. And the first thing I saw was a very effeminate looking guy and some butch looking lesbian chick. I don't know what role she plays in the show, but it's just, when I was looking at like, okay, what is the general reception of the show? And a lot of people, I'm sure there are people that like the show, but a lot of people are like, look, this is just another agenda laden show to push a message, an agenda, a virtue signal, and so on and so forth. And it's something that it's been going on for a long time now. I understand that many of you, you're mostly gamers, especially subscribe to the channel. But I've been noticing so much of this. I've seen other content creators call it slop. Yeah, I've just seen so much, and I'm just so tired of it. It doesn't do nothing to benefit gaming. It doesn't do anything to benefit movies or shows. And and I'm not one to deny a sect of people their right to create and make their games and make their shows. But I've always found it odd how this whole alphabet community, these people, the non-binary, the gays, the lesies, I always found it interesting across gaming, across movies, across shows. Why don't they just make their own programming? And I've said this sometime in the past when my channel was just kind of starting. And believe me, the amount of hate that I got, I think I lost like, I don't know, like 5 subscribers on one video. But it's like, I'm not saying anything that isn't true, and I'm not saying anything that's hateful. I just find it odd that instead of making content that is geared toward their own audience, be it a game, a show, or whatever, I notice that they always seem to, I guess, hitch their wagon to something that's already been established, that has already been successful. And then when you see the virtue signaling, the DEI, the gays and the lesbians, when you see all of that converge, 8 out of 10 times, that game, that show, that movie, it dies. And it's very frustrating to me. And I can understand how some people may look at that as me like, oh, I hate a group of people. I don't hate the group of people. What I do hate is what happens to a certain franchise, be it video game, movie, or show, when there is so much of a heavy influence on that particular product. I've seen this with I'll get into Assassin's Creed Shadows, but Dragon Age the Veilguard. Even if you're not the type of person to play role-playing games, right? Because they're very huge in the gaming industry. Dragon Age is one of those franchises that was very, very powerful, very, very popular. And now that franchise lies in ruin because there was a dude that was masquerading as a female that was leading the development of that game, and it ended up flopping. And what ends up happening is that dude decides to quit BioWare, the company that developed the game, and basically goes on to another company called Wizards of the Coast. I've heard of the name. I'm not too familiar with the company, but I think they've done games like an action RPG. I think it's called No Rest for the Wicked. It kind of looks like Diablo. And I've heard other people that say that people of that persuasion, I've heard the term, they say they fail upwards. So they fuck up the franchise of one company. They either get fired or they quit, and they're basically move on to another company and get hired in a similar position to presumably fuck up another franchise. And this is the thing that really upsets me, and it puts people like myself that feel as strongly as I do as, oh, you're a homophobe or some other nonsense. And it's like, no, it's just I'm tired of seeing franchises get destroyed. That's my point. What's up, Hector? What's up, man? I'm doing well, man. I'm just kind of sharing my thoughts on this whole alphabet community agenda that's being pushed in across video games and everything, every single thing. Comic books, TV shows, movies, video games. It's like an infection. It's like an invasion. And there's I will say there are very few times where a game that has that queer element where it actually is a success. Because those elements, especially, I understand if you guys are mostly fighting game players, but in other games, like story-driven games, you know, there have been other titles that have had those type of dialogues and things like that. like Mass Effect, which is a hugely popular franchise, Dragon Age, Baldur's Gate. I think even this new game called Kingdom Come Deliverance. I've never played it, but I've heard of it, and it's concerning to me because among the topics that I really want to talk about, where it pertains to the business of the industry, they all tie in and they funnel into one another, because much like in the last video I talked about Tekken 8, when you have decisions that's made to change a game's formula, right? When you have those decisions that that probably are not that popular, you risk the alienation of that game's audience, that game's community. And so in this yapping stream, I'm basically going to be bouncing around different games, because like, for instance, the games that I have in my thumbnail, those are just some of the examples that I'm going to be using, which, if you're just popping up into the stream, that is Assassin's Creed Shadows, Dragon Age the Veilguard, Tekken 8, Mortal Kombat 1, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. I can throw in Baldur's Gate 3 as well, but I couldn't find a good enough photo that I wanted to add in the thumbnail, because each of those games, they're huge in their own right, but there was something that was done within those games that either caused them to have great success or they basically flopped. In the vein of Mortal Kombat 1, for instance, that game is basically dead for various reasons. When it comes to Tekken 8, Tekken 8's not dead, but the vast majority of the community of the game does not like the direction that the game has gone into. And then with Dragon Age the Veilguard, that franchise is basically dead. Assassin's Creed Shadows, which should have been a fucking layup, because anybody that is in gaming, Assassin's Creed. You may not play it, but you know what Assassin's Creed is. Just like Halo, Call of Duty, Grand Theft Auto. You may not play them, but you know of them. And so for someone like myself, that I definitely take the time to learn and understand what is going on with each of these games that elicit the type of the reaction from their particular audience, to where they like it or they don't like it. And when it comes to Tekken 8, for me personally, it comes down to the mechanics of heat and rage, which I've said countless times. Now, there are other issues, and many of those issues that plague Tekken 8 plague many other games. When it comes to the rage quitting, the cheating, all these other issues, they exist within hold on, somebody tried to call me. Let me just turn my phone to vibrate, because I'm getting a lot of announcements, notifications. But yeah, like, I think yeah, so what I was saying was, when it comes to Tekken 8, a lot of the issues that Tekken 8 has, those issues exist in other games. I can recall hearing many people's complaints about Mortal Kombat 1. They shared similar issues, but MK1, it died for a lot of different reasons. But I feel that it's a shame what happened to Mortal Kombat 1. It really is. I'm pretty sure that Ed Boon and their development team over in NetherRealm Studios, they did not want the type of fate that happened to them. I'm pretty sure. But again, over the course of this live stream, I'm gonna be talking about those types of games. I'm gonna be talking about the relationship between the developer and publisher. Um, I'll try to answer some of you guys' questions because if I have an answer, I'll give it. Um, let me see. For instance, Hector says, "Do you think Lei will be in Tekken 8?" My character, if I had to put money on it, I wouldn't be so confident. Um, I, I honestly, at this point, I don't know. At this point, I don't know. Honestly, hey, what's up, Jules? Hope all is well. But to get back to your question, I don't know if Namco, if the developers are going to add Lei back into the game. I would like to think that they will, but I mean, time will tell. I think they have bigger. I've been doing well, Jules. I'm just answering Hector's question real quick. I think that Tekken as a game, I think it has so much issues that the community finds with it, that the developers are gonna have to really they're gonna have to like really decide if they want to appease the hardcore audience of Tekken 8, even if that wasn't the original audience that they designed the game for. Because in my last video, I did say that the hardcore market or audience is the smallest market in anything typically, but it's also the most vocal. So I'm willing to wager that the Tekken devs, they want the upcoming season 3 to be much better received than season 2. And in terms of the characters, I mean, they still got to bring in Julia. Julia is very popular. They're going to bring in that cancerous character Marduk, because that character is on the way. In fact, that character is already made. And the character was supposed to be added into season 1, but they pushed that back because of the backlash of Eddie and Lydia, which I personally believe that Heihachi was never meant to be unveiled in season 1. I believe that they meant to have Heihachi be brought in at a later season, but the community backlash forced Namco's hands, and you were given Heihachi in season 1, which I 100% believe that was not the original plan. But yeah, I don't know if they're going to add Lei. I would like to think that they will, but time will tell. Jules, I've been doing well. I'm just chilling. Pretty much looking to. I'm very optimistic of 2026. There's like a ton of games that I have in my backlog. I've been looking at recent other creators that are playing like Red Dead Redemption 2, and it's wild that I actually have the game. I actually own a physical copy of Red Dead Redemption 2, and I've never gotten past like the first 20 minutes of the game because I played it years ago, but I got sidetracked. I must have been, I don't know what else I was playing at that time, but I ended up putting it away and it just gathered dust for years. So I think I may dust it off and play that game, because I've been seeing a lot of people, they're posting a lot of shorts, and I'm like, holy shit, you can do that in this game? Like, it's a very detailed game, I would say that much. But yeah, I've been doing well. I hope that you've been doing well too. And Happy New Year to each and every one of you guys, by the way. And hey, if you guys want me to talk about something else, you guys got questions, I got answers. You know what I'm saying? It's like Radio Shack back in the day. I tried Metaphor. And this is where this gets kind of sensitive, because I was kind of talking about this early on in terms of the certain agendas and such, and I played the first 2 hours of Metaphor, and I unlocked the main character's, he turns in like some sort of robot or something, I don't know what it is. And let me see. So this guy's relationship with a prince. My first, I felt like streaming it because I think my reaction would have been quite entertaining. But they're saying that the dude is a prince, and I could swear my first thought was, is that a fucking female? And it's like they show this so-called prince lying down. Apparently he's like in some sort of, it looked like some Sleeping Beauty type of deal. And I guess you're on a quest to bring the prince out of this suspended animation. And I'm like, I don't know. I saw a flashback that they had with the main character and the prince, and they're interacting with each other. And I swear it looked like a dude with a female. And so I was like, you know what, let me go and type this up. And so it led me to a few Reddit sub posts, and I was asking the question. I was like, oh, why does the prince look like a female? And many people were asking the same thing, saying that the characters are very androgynous. And I'm like, who the fuck's idea is to do this? Like, if you're gonna just make it a fucking princess, if you're gonna do that. So then I'm seeing other people that were saying, well, this is Japanese culture and stuff. And I'm like, I don't know, but it just really turned me off. I enjoyed now the game itself. I think the game looks great. I enjoyed the combat, but it's one of those things I'm just gonna have to force myself to kind of get past that. So I'm more than likely probably gonna start the game over and I'll probably stream it probably the next week or so. But I just find it kind of odd, and I'm pretty sure I'm gonna react to it the same way when I stream it, because that prince, that dude that's a fucking female. Like, like that's just, it's just stuff like that I'm just not a fan of. When you're purposely trying to skirt the lines of man and woman, like, I'm not a fan of that. I'm just not. But it is what it is. It just looks a little off-putting for me. But then again, this is where I said, in terms of the title of this stream I'm doing is, I want to talk about the industry. I want to talk about agendas. I want to talk about controversy, because oh yeah, Hector asked me if I played any WWE games. Oh, you talking about wrestling? So Hector, I have not played a wrestling game in eons, and I mean eons. I'm of the old school where I played WCW No Mercy. I played those games, and that was like my favorite. I think the last wrestling game WWE that I played was many, many years ago. I think it was like a SmackDown. I think it had Brock Lesnar on the cover of the game, but it was many, many years ago. I kind of gotten away from playing those types of games, but just like, in fact, I actually used to play sports games a lot. I used to play football, basketball games, but once many of my favorite players retired in real life, I just kind of lost interest in the games. So, and then I kind of just got more into fighting games. I started going to tournaments, started competing across the United States. And then I got more and more into role-playing games, JRPGs, RPGs, and so on and so forth. But yeah, I hope that answers your question, Hector. And Jules, I appreciate I appreciate no spoilers, because that is the one thing I can't stand. I don't mind somebody backseat gaming me. I don't mind that. You can backseat game all you want, but just don't fucking spoil the shit, unless I say I played through it already. You know what I'm saying? But there's some people that they're like, oh yeah, you know, this, and I'm like, bro, this is like my first time playing. That's like you going, you know, you're gonna go watch a movie and they're telling you, like, you know, oh, this is how it ends. Like, can I enjoy the movie? um, yeah, the what is it? The how do you even pronounce that shit? Atelier. I play. In fact, I think there is a demo for one of those games that I played on Xbox. It's one of those games. Well, I like, in short, I enjoyed what I played. If it's the same thing I'm thinking of, because I think it's a female lead. I think like a sword and shield type character. Um, I I enjoyed the demo, but it's one of those demos that's timed. I can't stand those. Like, just let me play the fucking demo. I hate when they put a time limit on a demo, because that's what they did with another demo I wanted to get into, which was it's a very popular RPG. It's called Octopus Traveler or something like that. They had a demo for the newest one, and I think they gave like a 2 hour like playtime, and I'm like, come, just let people enjoy the fucking game, you know. But yeah, it really is. I really, I do appreciate when a game, when a company, they have a demo, but don't, you know, don't put these limits on the demo. If you want to have people with us in a certain section, if you don't want them to go past a certain point, I totally understand that. Fine, if you want to leave me in like the first little segment of the game, at least let me explore it to my heart's content. You know what I'm saying? But when they put on these time limits, it's very annoying. Because the time limit also goes while the game is paused, while there's a cut scene. So you're like, bro, like this is ridiculous, but it is what it is. But yeah, Octopus Travel, it has like I think it was like a 2 hour time limit. I think the Atelier game that you mentioned, I think that has that. If it's because there's two different type of games that they sound very similar, and I think they both have a female lead. I think she's like a soldier, or not a soldier like military, but like a warrior. Uh, I remember one was like on handheld games. I remember that, and there's another one, and I think the other one is the one that you're talking about right now. Yeah, I think it's the Yumiya one. Yeah, I think that's the one. Yeah. If I'm not mistaken, I think that's the one. I liked what I saw. I liked what I was playing, but that the time limit just was like, oh God, get rid of the time limit, man. Let me have fun. And I think the first time I ever experienced that was in I think they had a Resident Evil. This was like it might have been Resident Evil 8 or Resident Evil 7. It was one of those. Um and it was like they only gave you a certain amount of time to play the game, and then after that you couldn't even fucking access the demo anymore. It was really dumb. It was really stupid. Oh wow, look at that, we got somebody from Scotland here. What's going on, man? Funky Playbox. Hope all is well. And hey, what time is it for you? Well, you say it's sunny, so I guess it's the daytime over there. I will say I am, and this kind of goes back to what Hector actually asked about me playing wrestling games. I do enjoy wrestling, like watching it on TV. So I do follow WWE and AEW and shit like that. So I am very happy to see Drew McIntyre as the new Universal Champion. He fucking deserves it. And I saw he had a little speech in front of the Scotland crowd, and I was cheering like a little kid. I was like, "Yeah, let's fucking go!" Because he definitely put in a lot of work for WWE during the COVID era, and I'm very happy that that he's the champion at this point. He definitely bust his ass for that, and he's one of the more entertaining people, definitely. Oh, it's raining and snowing. Oh, wow, it's 11:30 for you. Wow, that's crazy. Well, I appreciate you stopping in, man. I'm just kind of just vibing out, talking about different things. Um, it's like whenever you're doing these type of live streams, you know, you have in mind what you're gonna talk about, but then sometimes people in the chat, you know, hey, you know what, I'm here to you know entertain, and if people want to talk about something else, we'll talk about something else. But yeah, man, I appreciate you having coming out, and I'm hoping the new year is treating you well. Um, but yeah, Jules, I there are so many games, um, you know, that you know, there's so many games I think that are coming out that I think there's just something for everybody. You know, there's the game that you liked, the clockwork looking game. What was, I forgot what it was called again. Um, it was like, you know what the game is. What was it? I think it was like a Clockwork Revolution. Is that what it was called? It might have been that's what it was called. But there's a couple other open world games I'm looking forward to. Uh, One is called Ill. It's kind of like a survival horror type game. Clockwork Revolution, that's what it is. And then there's this other game called Blight. It's kind of like a survival horror, but it's set in like a medieval Eastern European type setting where you're like a knight in full armor, and it kind of it looks very interesting to me. You know, but there's so many games that's coming out, and you know, of course, Blood of the Dawn Walker. You know, I know, you know, Jules, I know you're looking forward to that, and a couple other people. If you love The Witcher, that's definitely a game to look forward to. I think they had some sort of a breakdown not too long ago, talking about the game in more detail. And yeah, but best believe I will be watching that during. In fact, I'll probably just stream the damn thing, just to see, because I think that they're supposed to unveil or give more information on the upcoming Fable game. Um, oh wow, so you okay? So when I had 20 subs, so you subbed for quite a while, Funky. Wow, that was definitely last. That was like, yeah, when I had around when I had 20 subs, that was a long. Well, it wasn't a long time ago, but you know, it was like definitely um 2024, definitely. Because I started posting to this channel August 23rd, 2024. Yeah, 2024. I started posting to the channel, and in 2024 was quite the grind. The mission was basically to get monetized. You know, anybody that's doing YouTube or Twitch or whatever, they're trying to get to those partner programs. And just kind of just finding your voice, and you know, and that's something else I wanted to really talk about before I end the stream. But I have a lot to cover in this stream. But yeah, um, Dune Awakening. You don't know the initial release date. Yeah, Dune Awakening, I don't know much about it. I have seen a few other content creators. They are pretty excited about it. But I don't know. I watched the original Dune, which was like years and years ago. This was the one with Patrick Stewart. Some of you guys weren't even born at that time, but I enjoyed that. And then they did the remake. I think I watched that, and then they did another remake, which I did not watch yet. Um, but yeah, Dune was always interesting. I don't know how they're gonna gamify it. You know, it's a pretty big world, so it'll be interesting to see. Another game that is based off of a show. which is definitely up my alley as a sci-fi guy, which is The Expanse. I remember I seen some clips of it. It kind of reminded me of Mass Effect almost. And the show it's not a show I've avidly watched, but I am aware of the Expanse show. Tetsujin, what's up, man? How you doing? Happy New Year to you, by the way. Tetsujin. Uh, but yeah, like I'm definitely looking forward to the Expanse, the game. Also looking forward to that one I've been telling people a lot to kind of even just check out, which is the what's that shit called? The fuck. God, it's like at the tip of my tongue. It's made by the same people that originally made Mass Effect. Exodus. Exodus is that if I'm keeping my fingers crossed for that game, and I'm keeping my fingers crossed for Virtua Fighter 6. Because those are two games from two different genres that I'm really hoping that they stick the landing. I hope they have a good launch. But time will tell. You know, a lot of times when there's games that's being announced, you know, you can get excited, and then once the game comes out, it ends up being a dud. It flops. It has all kinds of issues. So I'm just keeping my fingers crossed. But for 2026, there's a lot of games that's coming out that, you know, I think we're gonna have a busy year, definitely. And especially I think we're gonna get some more news on the newer PlayStation and the upcoming Xbox system. So that's gonna be pretty cool. I won't expect that until maybe third or fourth quarter of this year to see what Sony and Microsoft are going to be doing on that front. Yeah, let me see. You finished Dragon Quest 7. Yeah, I actually, yeah, so I downloaded the demo. I have not played it, but I am definitely going to play it because I really like that style of graphic. It reminds me of this old game. It was called Blue Dragon. This was back in the day during the Xbox 360 era. Blue Dragon was a game that was they collaborated with the late Akira Toriyama to create those types of characters many years ago in that particular style. And so, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna be playing that game pretty soon. Like, there's so many things to stream, and I think I've just been. I'm usually my own worst enemy because I will say, yeah, I want to stream, and then it's like, okay, what games should I stream first? All right, is anybody going to really watch? Should I stream this one first? Should I stream this one second? What time do I stream? What day should I stream? And it's like I be thinking, I think I overthink it. So of course I did a little something with Assassin's Creed Shadows. But I honestly I didn't really like how it turned out. So I'm just gonna fuck it. So my thought process was this. I didn't want to stream it on YouTube because I think I have more people on my YouTube that tunes in than on Twitch, at least for right now. So I thought, well, if I play Assassin's Creed Shadows again from the beginning, people on the YouTube side would be like, yo, Red, didn't you do this shit already? So I wanted to avoid that. And I was going to stream the first part on Twitch first and then start dual streaming it after. But that's just me being in my own head, I guess. And then, of course, there's Cyberpunk. There's the Mass Effect Legacy collection I want to get into. There's fucking Red Dead Redemption 2. So it's like I have so many games that even not even just talking about streaming. I have so many games I haven't even played even personally that are just in my little container down there. And so I don't know. I mean, I just have to get it done. I have to get it done. Um, Let me see. So what you guys? Baldur's Gate 3. Oh yeah, yeah. I should have. I should have. I should have bought that game during Black Friday, and I should have bought it during the Christmas season. But I kind of, money had to go elsewhere. Got to pay bills, and you know, got to take care of the real life stuff. When those adult responsibilities kick in, when you think, oh, I'm gonna buy this game, and like, oh shit, here comes this bill. Well, I guess I gotta put this off. And then what ends up happening is you miss the sale window, and and you're like, oh well, so you just kind of be like, well, I guess I'll catch it when it's on sale again. um but yeah, the but one of the other highly anticipated games that I know of is 007. I do I have heard that they're doing some DEI stuff with that, some controversial shit. Um I don't want to take the word of every single person, because I understand there are some channels on YouTube that what's the term, grifting or whatever, like I've heard, so I try not to go along with everything, but I have seen some screenshots, and I just don't know. And I've also seen, I believe, a statement from the developer. I don't know. I need more information on that game. I need more information. I would say right now, if you guys were to lock me down and ask me, okay, what is a game you are 100% going to, there's been other developers that have resurrected their games or supported their games, like for instance Hello Games did with a massive turnaround for um what is it, No Man's Sky. um what's another one? CD Projekt Red, they did a lot of work on Cyberpunk 2077. So there's been companies that have done a lot of good work. So I see the same thing with the company that's making Lords of the Fallen. So I'm definitely going to be buying that game 100%. Um, you you hate DEI? You hate that term? I mean, it's a very controversial thing, and it's definitely something that, unfortunately, once I really did my research into it, and just kind of seen like what it really is all about. Oh, the grifter term, yeah. In fact, I haven't heard, like, it wasn't until I started doing this whole YouTube thing is when I started hearing this term, the grifting. I was like, okay, I never, that's different, Um, let me see. Oh, Funky. Congrats on your capture card. I unfortunately I don't use a capture card because my setup is a little bit odd, because of how my room is. And I have the funny thing is, I have a capture card, but it's very, very old. And I ended up buying one, the Elgato HD X or something like that. But I ended up sending it back because, for instance, I'm in my room right now. So my Xbox is like way over in the corner. My main TV is like at least 5 feet away from me. So in order for me to use my capture card, I have to bring my laptop closer to my Xbox But how am I going to like it just it I just don't have a favorable setup for that. The only way I can do this really is if I were to take my Xbox and bring it in the living room, and then it's just a lot. So what I usually do is, I don't know if there's a feature like this on PlayStation. I assume that there is, but whenever I'm playing something off of my Xbox, I have to use the remote feature in the Xbox app. So it'll capture what's going on my console, and it'll send it to the Xbox app, and then I'll use OBS to capture that. So far it works really good, but the problem is that the further you get away from the console, the connection kind of gets kind of sketchy. But because I'm in my room and everything's pretty close together, that's why it works for me. But maybe at some point in time, maybe if I get a little extra money, I'll be able to upgrade my equipment. I've had friends have been telling me to try to get a desktop, but I ain't got desktop money. So I have a mid-tier level laptop. So fiddling with the OBS settings when it comes to streaming has been like an ongoing thing, because I don't want to stream something and then it ends up being not so a good experience for you guys watching. But I think I solved some of those issues. So I think my next stream should be better. But I see a Deadly Rave Neo. What's going on, man? It has been a while. I hope all is well. Happy New Year to you. Have I heard of the? Yeah, so Hector, yeah, believe me, that game Violet, Code Violet is definitely well, I didn't I well not I have, but I had it. And let me see. Um because I'm stumbling over my words because I'm looking at this screen here, and I don't know, it's like I'm having some buffering issues on Twitch apparently. I don't know, maybe it's something I messed up on in the settings, but I don't even think anybody's even on my Twitch right now, so I guess that's, or maybe there is one person. Let me see. I think everybody is mostly on the YouTube side, which is fine because a lot of times, well, for the most part, I'm still very very new on Twitch, for the most part. So that's definitely a mission to grow on Twitch, to try to have it as, to try to build that as well. But yeah, yeah. So the HD capture card, the one that I had, is the one that is before their current one. And that's the thing, when you're doing capture card stuff, yeah, it does offload a lot of stuff onto your laptop or your desktop. So if you don't have powerful hardware or strong enough hardware, it can affect things. That's why I kind of like the whole remote thing I do with my Xbox, because it takes my laptop out of the equation. All I have to make sure about is I just got to make sure everything is kind of close so that the connection is stable. But aside from that, utilizing the remote feature from Xbox is really, really good. I can only assume PlayStation has a similar feature, but the one thing I've always envied about PlayStation is that they allow you to stream directly to YouTube and Twitch. So I don't know if that was just something, kind of a partnership that Sony made with YouTube, because I never understood why that was not a thing for Xbox. Xbox, you can only go directly to Twitch, but that's fine. It is what it is. There's ways to work around it. But yeah, I would say funky. Just stream whatever you want. I feel like I've told people this before. Anybody can be a content creator. Anybody can be a streamer. The barrier of entry is like next to nothing. I mean, as long as you have working internet, and something to play games off of or whatever, like you can do, you can do this. I also tell people that if you have an opinion, you have content. That's just basically what it is. If you have an opinion, you have content. And so I think that when it comes to like content creation, I think people, let me see. How can I word this? I think when it comes to like, if you want to make content, if you're like online, if you're like, you're trying to like do that, I think when you're in those situations where you're streaming to nobody and it's kind of annoying because you don't have nobody to talk to, which is the case with me many times, I think the best thing to really do is just to narrate what you're doing. I think that's just the best thing. Like, whatever you're thinking about in the game, like, oh, okay, I'm gonna go down here, I'm gonna open this chest, oh, I'm gonna go over to this objective, I'm gonna do this side mission. All of these things you're thinking about, you just basically talk about, you just verbalize it. I've seen other content creators do the same thing because I've been studying a lot of other content creators, and seeing, okay, like what may work for me, because I'm not a wild and crazy dude. I'm not like, I feel when I watch some of those people when they do those extreme reactions, that shit looks fake as fuck. It just looks mad cringy. It don't look real. So I'm not about that. If something's funny, I'll laugh. You know what I'm saying? If something, like, if I legitimately get hyped, you're gonna know it. But I see a lot of people on Twitch and YouTube. It's like I can see like it's all staged. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I guess maybe their audience loves it, but I'm not a fan of that shit. I don't like fake nonsense. I'm just not. I've never been that dude. Like if I feel you're fake, like I'm probably not gonna deal with you. So that's why, like, if I'm watching other content creators, I don't need the fake hype. I don't need the, oh my God, chat, look, it's the greatest thing ever in the fucking world. Like, get the fuck out of here. We know you've probably seen this shit 20 million times and you're just acting out. And then the thing that kills me is like I can see their eyes constantly looking at chat to see if they're getting this. Like, it's all fake. But unfortunately, I guess that's what people like to see. So I guess my path will be much slower, but that's fine. I'd much rather grow organically than grow and have a bunch of fake moments. But 100%, I feel that if you're starting out and you're streaming, I think the best thing to do really is just to kind of just narrate what you're doing. And I think that's the best thing, because it's going to be awkward to say, to have a conversation with yourself. And I think that's what a lot of times people feel like if they're going to be streaming and they're like, well, I ain't got nobody in my chat to talk to. I don't feel like talking to myself. And it's like, you're not having like a, hey, how was your morning? My morning was great. How was yours? It was fine. Yeah, I woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Ha ha ha. Did you, like, if you want to be funny and create your own skit, sure. But realistically, over the time, I think it's best just to narrate what you're doing. Of course, I feel some games are easier to stream than others. Like if you're playing a fighting game or like something fast paced, like a Call of Duty, I feel that can be a little bit easier in some respects. Because I feel in some cases the gameplay kind of speaks for itself, but I do feel talking you should say something here and there. But on the flip side, I think, at least for me, playing like a game like Divinity 2 Original Sin 2, that game is very, very slow moving. It's a what they call a CRPG, or just a regular game like a Secret of Mana, or no, a Visions of Mana, um, uh, 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 Assassin's Creed, something that's a little bit more slower, that's more narrative driven, more open world, and just kind of say what you plan on doing. This is the reason why I like this weapon. I'm gonna take this castle. I'm gonna get the drop on this dude. Oh, I'm just waiting for him to move over this way. It's like I feel like you're being engaging, and I think if somebody happens to just pop up in your stream randomly, they'll hear, oh, he's kind of, he's breaking things down, or she's breaking things down. I think that can help a lot. I think those games can help a lot, especially when you're doing your own narration. And then that's what I see a lot of content creators do. They'll while they're in the video, like for instance, there's a guy I follow named Renfail, for instance, right? And then I come to find out that his particular style, he actually borrows a lot of aspects from another content creator named Carnage, which is like even bigger. And so once I learned that, I started watching the two of them along with another creator named Fighting Cowboy. And there's many others. There's a couple of females I've watched as well. I think her name is Storm something 33. She's a pretty sizable streamer herself. And I just look to see people's styles, what games they're playing, how they play it. And yeah, I enjoy watching the different ways they play the game and break it down. I definitely appreciate that 100%. I was just checking my bit rate real quick. But yeah, I think when it does come to like editing and stuff like that, just kind of, I use CapCut, and I've been using CapCut for a while, and I've watched several tutorials on it, and so it's been helping me out a lot. It's definitely been helping me out a lot. And it's not that complicated. And I think in some respects, when you learn one, you kind of know them all. I mean, there's a few other little like, knick-knacky differences and pluses and minuses to them, but for the most part, I think they're pretty much similar. But CapCut is free, so that's another thing. That's another reason why I like it. Let me see. I've never played Borderlands. And the funny thing about that whole franchise with Borderlands, I have Borderlands 3. I think I have the Ultimate Edition, and I bought that years ago. I bought Borderlands 3 years. I've never played the game. Like I have it in my container over here. I've never even inserted the disc in my Xbox. It's not because I didn't like it, but because at the time I bought it, and then I think I may have been playing something else, or maybe I was working out, I was training clients at the time. It could have been anything. I can't even remember at this point. But that's another game I'm definitely looking to try. I think at this point, since I guess I can call myself a content creator now, there really is no excuse for me to not play every fucking thing under the sun. I think there's no excuse. You know, I think I've built up a decent little audience for myself. And I'm happy that I do have some people that enjoy more things than just Tekken. I'm believe me, because I'm like, man, I really hope that some of the people that subscribe to this channel, I really hope that they actually play something other than fucking Tekken. I like, I was like, please God, because if I had to play Tekken 8 fucking 5 hours a day, every day, I swear to God, I would have a stroke on live stream. I would literally have a stroke on live stream. I would get so frustrated. I either I would be banned off of the game, or I would literally die on live stream. Like, I just cannot handle that bullshit ass game. I'm just like, fuck that game. If I play it, it's in very, very small doses. Very small doses. That's just that's just what it is for me right now when it comes to my relationship with that damn game. Um, but yeah, there's yeah, DaVinci Resolve I've definitely heard of. There's so many good editors out there. You got DaVinci Resolve, you got Filmora, you have Sony Vegas, you have iMovie if you're more of a Mac user. But yeah, definitely familiarize yourself with those. I think the first thing you should really work on is just cutting, like splitting video, understanding the timeline, and importing new clips, and getting used to the shortcuts, and because that will help you to make your cuts a lot faster. And then I would say, you know, in terms of adding your own music, understanding your B-roll, understanding that music will go on the bottom of your A-roll. Your A-roll is basically like your gaming footage. If you know your main shit. Your main shit is your A-roll, and then your B-roll can be whatever you want. And typically when it comes to music, you will always put your music on the bottom of the track. And then if you have B-roll that you, so if I'm talking about Tekken and I'm yapping about Tekken, and then I want to show a clip of the game, that clip is what you call B-roll, and that would go on top of the A-roll, if that makes any sense. Here I'm giving a damn impromptu tutorial on editing. But yeah, it didn't take me long to learn the editing software, but it's definitely something that if you want to be serious about creating, I think you really do need to have a understanding of your editing software, because it's going to only benefit your content. Let me see. Code Vein 2. The thing is with Code Vein, I have there is a demo, and I think I've played the demo of the first game many years ago. I have to refamiliarize myself with it again. But I do remember myself having fun with the game. But it was so long ago, and so I have to refamiliarize myself. I don't know if I'm gonna stream Virtua Fighter right now. You know, I don't know if I'm gonna do that, but I can definitely set some time aside for it. You know, 100%, because it honestly, it's been a while since I played it, to be honest. The only games I've really been playing recently was I tried the Metaphor ReFantazio role-playing game. I tried that maybe 2 or 3 days ago. I've been playing Assassin's Creed Shadows because I've been watching a lot of YouTube videos on ninjutsu, like the real life ninja, and studying the weapons, the tactics, the culture, and it just got me. You ever watch something and then you're like, you're like, it gets you hyped to try something in a video game? I don't know. That's how it was for me. So watching all that ninja stuff and a few old school ninja movies with Sho Kazugi way back in the 80s. And I was like, man, let me play some fucking Shadows. And so yeah, I've been playing that here and there. Um, yeah, that's pretty much what I've been messing around with, and then some a few demos here and there. But it's sad because I was so hyped, and I even said this in prior streams that like, yo, you know, when Virtua Fighter 5 Revo comes out, I'm gonna play it all. And honestly, I lied to myself. I honestly didn't play it as much, and it's not that I didn't play it because I'm playing Tekken. I really wasn't playing anything. You know, at that time I really wasn't playing anything. I was busy with editing videos. I was busy with like different topics I wanted to talk about. And that's the thing, when you're a content creator, it takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of your personal time, if you're serious about it. Because for me, this is not a hobby. This is my thing. And so I know there's ways to become more efficient, and that's where honestly, even before that, I wanted to kind of prioritize my Twitch a little bit more, because streaming on Twitch is so much easier in the sense of I can literally just I can go live. I just type up some bullshit, whatever title, whatever semi clickbaity title, whatever, and I can just type in the game, and I don't have to worry about creating a thumbnail like you have to do on YouTube. I don't have to do all the description. I don't have to do all the hashtag titles. I don't have to do all that stuff. Twitch, it's very minimal stuff that you do. And then if I want to switch from like, if I'm playing Assassin's Creed Shadows and like, all right, I want to switch and play Virtua Fighter, all I got to do is just change the title in the Twitch settings, type in Virtua Fighter. As soon as I hit submit, once that stream ends, it automatically places a chapter. So when somebody goes to the Twitch, they can see that there's multiple chapters in the stream, and they can say, oh, okay, from this time to this time, he was playing Assassin's Creed, and then in chapter 2, he switched over to Virtua Fighter. YouTube, they don't really have that type of system unless you actually manually put in a timestamp. But I just feel it's much easier when it comes to Twitch in that regard. But YouTube, it's a lot easier for people to find you. So I just feel like they both have their pluses and minuses. But as a content creator, ideally, you want to try to grow on both. And then, you know, but it's not easy, you know. Different people, they grow at different speeds. It depends on what game you're playing. It depends on if people like you or whatever. It depends on a whole lot of shit. So, but I do find it a little easier to just go live on Twitch, play whatever game, and then I can just kind of export it to YouTube, and that's where you guys could probably see it as a regular video. And that's what I've seen a lot of larger YouTubers do. They'll have their Let's Plays, and then so I started doing like all like investigation, like how do they do this shit? So I'd follow certain channels, and I would see that they have a Twitch channel. And what I would do, and this is wild, right? I would see that they stream the game. So all right, let me give you an example. If I'm watching somebody like Cole Carnage, which he's like a very big YouTuber, does a lot of variety gaming and shit like that. Right now, he's been streaming a lot of this Tainted Grail. It's like kind of like a game like Elder Scrolls. It's a pretty good game actually. And so he's been streaming that game a lot. So I would see his upload on my YouTube, and it'll say like, oh, let's say if it was a day like yesterday, I can go to his Twitch channel, and I would find, all right, let me try to explain this, because It's a method to my madness. So I look, so let's say if I click on the video that he did for Tainted Grail yesterday, which would be January 11th, I would see how did that episode start? Like, what was he saying? What was he wearing? Right. So then I would go to his Twitch and I would find which stream did that video come from, and I would look to see how much editing he did, or did he just post the full stream to YouTube. So I look at things like that because, you know, as a rookie in this, I want to see how the process is done with larger channels to see, okay, what are they doing and what can I take from this that might benefit me. Because you do have sometimes people, they'll just play the game off stream and then they'll upload it to YouTube in segments, and that's their let's play. Whereas other people, they're streaming it on Twitch, and then once the Twitch stream ends, all they do is they export it directly out to YouTube and done. They might add like they'll add like a thumbnail and they'll change the title, but that's it. Or they'll chop it up, and that's where you have like the Let's Play episode 1, episode 2, but all of that was one big stream that they did on Twitch. So for somebody like me, I was like, so this is how they fucking do this shit. Like, it was like this big like discovery for me. And I've been looking at other channels, very large, medium, smaller channels, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this is what they're doing. Okay. Because sometimes they'll like, let's say if they did a 3-hour stream on I don't know, Ghost of Tsushima. In that 3-hour stream, you know, they'll have those points where they're talking to the chat or whatever. Well, by the time you see it on YouTube, they would have cut that out. Or sometimes they do leave it in. Sometimes. But I've seen other creators, they'll cut that out. And then if it's like maybe if they died too often, they'll cut that out. So I've been seeing a lot of like ways on how they do shit. And it's pretty interesting. It's pretty interesting. Very, very interesting. I think a lot of times, I think the big channels, they do a lot of the multi-streaming, and it definitely benefits them. But when you have people like myself, or even more like probably people who just getting started, multi-streaming takes, if you don't have the internet for it, if your hardware isn't up to par, it can be very tricky to try to do that. Like, I have a mid-level laptop. I have a Lenovo laptop that's, you know, it's not really the most powerful thing. And so for me to try to stream beyond just YouTube and Twitch, it might cause, I don't know, I haven't tried it. The next platform I would probably look to is one called Kick. I've heard a lot about that. Because I heard that in order to stream to TikTok, you need to have about, I don't know, like I heard, I don't know how accurate it is. I think you have to have 1,000 followers on TikTok before you can stream, or it could be you need 1,000 followers before you can link your stream. I don't fucking know, but I know on Kick is usually the one that that's usually the next platform that people will stream to. Outside of YouTube and Twitch. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, man. Yeah, Funky, just keep doing your thing. You know, I definitely, you know, I'll probably check you out myself, and you know, at some point, because I've been so busy. Sometimes I black out. I don't willingly go to sleep. I would literally be laying here just like this, and next thing I'm watching something, and next I just black out, and next thing I know, it's fucking morning. So So yeah, I can be better with my time, and that's just something that I need to get better at. And also coming up with a schedule. And I've been saying that for a while. There's a couple of subscribers here, like Jules. I've been telling her I need to get a schedule for the longest, and I'm starting to sound like a broken record with that. But yeah, I try to do the best I can with what I do have, because I do have a few advantages over some people. Um, One of them is that I have a lot of time. I have a lot of time on my hands because I'm not currently working. So I can get away with literally streaming all fucking day if I wanted to. Well, when I say not working, I'm not working a typical 9 to 5. Like my work is pretty much like I can schedule my stuff out. I'm more independent. Whereas somebody who works like a 9 to 5, which is what I used to do when I used to slave away at Amazon. I would work 10-hour shifts. I'd have a 4-hour commute. And I'm like, at what point in time can I live? By the time I get home, I go to sleep. It's time for me to go back to work. So, when you're living that lifestyle, it's hard to do anything else. But thankfully, right now, the position I'm in currently, I'm in a favorable position. I think if I were to tell my position to much larger channels, they would probably look at me and say I'm an idiot for not really taking full advantage of what I have. And they would be right. So that's why I was like, you know what? I'm going to use 2026 as that excuse to motivate myself to do more than I did last year. Because I have no excuse. I can't say, oh, I got to get up in the morning and go to work. I don't have to say that. I literally can get up in the morning and fucking stream. I can stream at 1 in the morning. I can stream at 8 in the morning. So a lot of that is just my own discipline and stuff and such. So I have to take ownership of that because I am growing a little bit of an audience, and I'm greatly appreciative of that. And then you'll get your audience as well, and it's just a matter of just kind of just you know doing the best you can and being as consistent as you can, and that's really what it comes down to. Um, Let me see. I'm just yapping away, but I mean that's the whole point of the stream anyway, right? Just yap yap. But yeah, crypto. You said you're still playing Tekken. You don't know why. Actually, I did not see Kenshiro. No, I didn't. I didn't. I think the last couple of days, the things I've been looking at was mostly political related. The situation with the Venezuela. I've been following that a lot. I've been following WWE. I was following that. I remember I said I was watching a lot of ninja videos, and also my favorite Dragon Ball content creator, Unrelent Gaming. As far as I'm concerned, he is Dragon Ball at this point. I've been watching a lot of his stuff. So yeah, I definitely missed the Kenshiro reveal. I guess he's a new character coming to that game, so that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I motivation is that desire to have a particular outcome in something, and discipline is that desire to walk the path to get that. And that's why I tell people there are very differing differences between discipline and motivation. And motivation can be fleeting. You can be motivated today, and you could be not motivated tomorrow. Motivation is good, but to rely solely on that, it's not good, because you're more what's the term I'm trying to say? It's better to have discipline overall, because then it's like whatever you set your mind to, whether or not you feel like doing this shit, you're gonna do it anyway. You're gonna get it done. Like you're because you're locked in, you know that this is important for you, whether that's losing weight, streaming, finding a new job, whatever it is that you want to do. When you have that discipline, you're gonna do it. It's like your program. It's like you become a robot with it. You're just gonna do it no matter what. It doesn't matter if you're fucking feeling tired. It doesn't matter if it's raining outside. You're just gonna do it. And I think that's the key difference between those who make it and those who don't. And that's just what I see. And because even as a personal trainer, when I be working with clients and they're trying to lose weight, it's the same thing. It's like they'll be motivated one day, and then when it's time to, like, get after that workout 2 weeks later, I kind of overslept. I did this. I don't know. And then, there it goes. So it's, yeah, so motivation is good, but in order to really have a much better success rate in anything, I believe you have to have that discipline to lock you in, and it applies to so many things in life. And honestly, I have to admit, even I'll admit this on this stream because I keep it real with people. I think the main reason why I have not given myself a stream schedule is because I think there's still a part of me that doesn't want to get binded into something. And I think that's something I have to come to terms with, because I don't like, a lot of times I'll see larger channels. I think, and I think that's another thing to really speak on, is that when you're a content creator and a streamer, because I actually believe they're two separate things, right? Whether you're a content creator or a streamer, I feel that the rules don't necessarily apply when you get much, much larger. Like somebody like Mr. Beast, or somebody like Kai Cenat, or fucking, what's his name, iShowSpeed. When you're at that type of level, you can hit the live button and you can literally scratch your fucking ass, and you're gonna have like thousands of people in your stream. Like it doesn't matter. Once you get to that point, the rules literally no longer apply to you for the most part. But when you're like starting, when you're like a rookie like I am, you got to do all the SEO stuff. You got to come up with all these flashy fucking thumbnails to even get people to click your shit. It becomes much more of a drag, but it's, you got to do it, and especially if this is what you really want to do. If it's a hobby, then it doesn't really matter, but for me, just to put it out there, I've given myself 5 years, and right now I'm in year 3. So that's why this 2025 is very important for me. Because if this doesn't kick off for me at the end of this 5-year period, then I'm gonna have to go back to the typical work 9 to 5 and all other bullshit that I really don't want to do, because I've done it for the majority of my life. And it's like, in the situation I'm in now, I felt like, well, I'm in this position right now, and if there was ever a time for me to try to to lock in and do all this YouTube shit, the Twitch thing, and do all of that, it's now. And because right now, honestly, yeah, I'm on public assistance. I'm on food stamps and shit like that. So I'm on a housing plan. Just, I don't need to fucking hide this shit. So, when in that regards, my rent is thankfully taken care of. So I get a little bit of money coming in, but most of it goes to bills. And then I have a few subscribers that, they're a few, channel members to the channel, which helps a lot. But I'm not Asmon Gold. Thanks a lot, Jules. I appreciate it. I'm not Asmon Gold. I'm not Penguin Zero. I'm not Co-Carnage. I'm not Renfail. I'm not any of these guys. Believe me, I don't have $500, $1,000 I make every month out of this. I don't. I think the most money I've made in 1 month off of this was, I think I made, let me see. Let me look at my phone. Because for some reason, checking that on a desktop it's like it doesn't have the same features. But let me see. So I'm looking at my app right now on my phone. And so I'm looking at my Earn tab. So I'll show you guys if you could see. So the top number is what I have expecting. So I don't know if you could see this. Let me make sure this is actually showing right, so I can see what you got. Okay, there we go. So so I got 129.31. That shows up on the 21st of this month. And then the bottom, which is about $14.72, that's what I'm working on right now. So that's the reality right there. That's humble beginnings right there. But at the end of the day, I think I even made a video talking about my little earnings, and I was saying that I'm very I'm appreciative that I even have that, because a lot of what that is some of the channel members, people that joined, it's like $2 or whatever. I have a few that are like at $5. I think I have 4 members at $5, and I have 1 member that's at $10. And the thing is, when you're a content creator, at least on YouTube, in order for you to get paid, you have to make at least $100 within a month time. If you don't, it kind of rolls over into the next month until you make that $100, and then you won't see it until the following month. That's how crazy it is. So with Twitch, it's kind of like the same thing, but Twitch, I believe it's only $50 you have to make, and you get paid out after $50. But that's the thing, and so when I watched some of those videos of Asmon Gold, I remember he had a video of him showing his earnings. Oh my God. So Asmon Gold was, I think he showed what he had on Twitch versus what he had on Kick. And I think on Twitch, in 1 month, he had $33,100 and something in 1 month. It's like, what? In one fucking month, this guy had over $30,000. And then you got this other guy, Penguin Zero, who is even larger. Like, let me put it to you in context for some of you that may not know this. The YouTuber known as Penguin Zero, he has about, I think he either has as much subscribers as Sony PlayStation's YouTube channel, or he has a few more million than the channel of PlayStation. Like, put that into perspective. And he had a video where he showed his earnings for the year. And it was like, let's just say it was several million. So I understand that is, yeah, it is insane. It is fucking insane. And I don't even need to see the guy with Kai Cenat or iShowSpeed. I already know they're probably leagues beyond that. And the thing is, I'm realistic, right? I don't, my measly 100 a month, I'm fine with that. And the reason why I'm fine with that is because this is one of the few times in my entire life that I've gained a little bit of money doing something that I want to do. And I think that whenever you're a content creator, if you love playing video games or you just love talking about X, Y, and Z, when you get that first check or that first direct deposit, and I know anybody that is in this situation, they can relate. It means so much. Of course, you want more, right? We all want more money. But when you get that first payment, or at least, you know what, I'll just say for me, it felt like such a huge accomplishment for me because I really did not know how long it was going to take me to even get monetized. I didn't know if people were even going to give two shits about what I had to say about anything. I didn't know if it was going to get to this point. Honestly, I didn't know. And yeah, sometimes I get a little emotional thinking about it because, you know, I understand that, you know, as, you know, viewers, you know, people don't have to do jack shit. They don't have to donate. They don't even have to fucking comment. They don't got to like. They don't have to do anything. Like, literally, people can literally watch your shit and keep it moving. So when you have somebody that is actively commenting, when they fucking actually they decide to hit that join button and they're like, all right, you know, I'm going to either send a super chat, send a subscription, whatever. Those are people that the content creator or the streamer elicited such a feeling that it made that person, the viewer, feel like, you know what, I vibe with this person's doing, I want to support and whatever, right? And that means a lot. It may, you know, honestly, I don't know. Maybe to some people it's like whatever, but that's why sometimes over the course of my channel, I've had videos where I call like appreciation videos, you know. You know, maybe it's a little cheesy, but I feel like it's very important to try to let people know that I recognize that you guys don't have to do anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, none of you guys even have to be fucking watching the stream right now. You know what I'm saying? So I think there's some creators after a while, I think they kind of take shit for granted, honestly. And I think when you get so big and so large, I feel like some of them may not be in that take for granted category. I think sometimes they're so big that it's like, it probably has its own share of issues. But I have seen certain instances where when they're on the come up and it just feels like they're like mad disrespectful, disregarding people, and I'm like, I don't think that's the right way to go about things. You know what I'm saying? You know, but that's just, I don't know. That's just that's just how I feel. I don't know. Yeah. Point is, I'm so happy for you and yeah, Jules, I tell you this much. I was I was so I was so happy. I was so happy. I think my first payment, let me see something. I think I can go to other payments. I think let me look at this real quick. Does it show all the other? Oh, here we go. Okay. Actually, yeah. So let me show this. So this is what I've done so far. So you can see every day, every month was the 21st. So you can see this, right? Let me see. So you see the first payment. So my first payment was 103. So that was the very first payment I ever got. And then now the October one was great. That was 360, but that was because that was remember when I said if you don't make that $100 and it carries over, that's why largely that 360 happened. And also I think during that month I had a few people that gave me I think I had a few super chats, pretty big super chats from a few members at that time. So that kind of helped boost it at that time. But it's really cool to be able to, you know, earn a little something. You know, it's not like it's like you're rolling in the dough, but the fact that when you look at other people and you see others that have made it and they're literally making a full-time income. I've seen people, they've quit their job, like, you know, like they're the bulk of their income is from doing this, from content creation and sponsorships as well. And I just feel like if they can do it, why can't I? You know, and I think you have to have that mentality, because what's so different about them from me? And this is the reason why I watch so many different type of content creators, because you have those outside of, you know, male and female, but you have those that are more reserved. You have some that are more outlandish and over the top. You have some that play the cozy games like Stardew Valley and, you know, those little cozy, quiet, little comfy games. And you have those that play like Call of Duty and they're raging, and or playing Tekken and they're fucking rage quitting at the screen or whatever. And everybody, they're each successful. Like you could find a streamer in any game that is basically very, very popular, or they've made it. And it's like, what's the difference? So that's why I'm like, you know what? I gotta fucking do this. I got, even if I get a fraction, like if I get a fraction of what these guys make, man, shit, I would be a happy camper. Let's say that. It's, you know, it does feel very it does feel very good to be appreciated by viewers, because, you know, a lot of times, and I'm sure everybody that has gone live, especially when you post a video, because that's another thing. It's like when you post a video, you don't get that. The reactions are not instant. It's not like live. Like when you go live, like right now, I can see you guys, you comment, I can react. But when you post that video, and then it's like, you know, you might get like 5 views in like 4 hours, and you're like, fuck, man. Like, you know, and then you probably put like 5 hours of your life into that one video. and you're like, you can, you just feel like, oh my God, and especially when you're starting out and you're not monetized, you're basically putting out all that effort and you're not getting nothing. Like, you're getting no money, you're getting nothing. And even though I'm not getting a lot, but it's like knowing that I'm getting a little something, it definitely changes the way you look at things. And I remember watching there's this playlist that this guy Renfail has. He's another content creator. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, Jules, unless there was somebody else named Jules, I did see someone with a Jules name watching a Renfail stream not too long ago. Maybe it was somebody else, but watching that, where was I going with this? Oh, yeah. Well, the point I was really making was just Renfail. He has a playlist of several videos on content creation and streaming and just kind of like giving ideas on how to do X, Y, and Z. Hey, what's up, Dominique? What's up, man? I'm chilling. I'll get right back to you. I'm just wanting to finish this quick point. So Renfail, he has like this playlist of just these different videos talking about different aspects of content creation. And, I don't agree with all of the things Renfail, like his takes on certain things. But he is a good channel, at least for me, to watch, engage, to see, okay, so this is how he's doing X, Y, and Z. And he's very open with how he creates his content. And, but yeah, I've learned a lot actually watching that playlist that he has, definitely. And one of the things I remember he mentioned, I think he mentioned it in a separate video. He was dealing with a troll. And I think the guy said, oh, you're a grown-ass man playing video games. You're a loser and this, that, and the other. You're probably getting like pennies for this video. The guy said some real nasty shit. So Renfail basically said, you know what? I'm going to use this guy as a video. And he made a whole video around this guy. And he basically said, well, just to let you know, I have over 3,000 videos or so on YouTube. And if all of those videos are gaining pennies, as you say, if you add up all of those pennies, well, I already understood where he was getting at, what he was getting at. And he used the old, because, he looks old, but he and I were in a similar age bracket. And he's like, there's an old saying, what I think it goes, a penny saved is a penny earned, or something like that. And if you have a lot of videos on your channel and they're gaining 10 cents, 50 cents, some videos might be doing $5, $2. If you add all that shit up over the course of time, yeah, it racks up. And that's not including if you have channel memberships, if you have people that may do the donate super chats and stuff like that, or and sponsorship deals. Yeah, you can make quite a bit of money doing this over the course of time. And that's my plan. That's my aim. But it's like, it's not going to be easy. But getting back to Dominique, I appreciate you chiming in if you're still here. I feel like I am building a friendly community. I feel like I am. I think that it does feel good. And when you get to that position where you have a few people that are willing to kind of chill out a little bit, even if you're not playing a game, you know, it is pretty cool. And because that's really what you would, that's what I would hope is, actually, no, let me rewind that, because, you know, we're live, so I'm kind of fumbling on I have like a million thoughts in my head right now. I never wanted to be the Tekken channel, right? And I've said this several times over the many months. I never wanted to be the main man Swee of America. I feel like I could, if I really, well, if I had Lei in Tekken 8, I definitely could. But I never wanted to base my content off of one particular game or one particular thing. I didn't want to do that. Even though you can grow faster, if you look at Lil Majin's channel for Tekken, I mean, he's at like over 300,000 subscribers. Now, he's been doing this a lot longer than I have. And he's more known in the Tekken community than I am, because he's had more success as a player in the tournaments than me. But he's built himself a vast audience. And the same goes with Main Man. Main Man is around 360 subscribers. And then you have Justin Wong, who, you know, everybody knows Justin Wong if you play 2D games. So these are people that, well, the difference with Justin is he plays various fighting games within the 2D, like he plays multiple fighting games, whereas Main Man is mostly just Tekken. Lil Majin is mostly Tekken. And then you have channels like Rooflemonger. He always had, it's kind of a weird name, but he's a very good content creator. And he deals with mostly like fighting game news, but his thing is fighting games, like in general, you know? And for the longest time, he's usually been my go-to for like fighting game news and shit like that. And then you have Maximilian Dude, who is fucking huge. You know, he does a variety of different fighting game related stuff. So for me, you know, I didn't want to tie myself to Tekken. Even if I had Lei, even if I liked Tekken 8, I still wouldn't want to be the Tekken guy. I didn't want to be that. You know, because what if I want to talk about something else? What if I want to talk about, I don't know, fucking a role-playing game? Maybe I want to talk about what's going on with Assassin's Creed. Maybe I want to talk about, oh, this is what's happened with PlayStation 6. So I wanted to be able to talk about everything within the gaming industry, whether that's Street Fighter. If I want to talk about something about Street Fighter, if I want to talk about something that's Tekken, if I want to talk about Assassin's Creed, this happened with Sony, this happened with PlayStation, this happened with Xbox, but it's all under gaming. That's the goal for me. And it's not going to be easy, because, you know, I have people that might subscribe to me for Tekken. I have people that subscribe to me because I made videos talking shit about Nintendo several months ago. You know, so however people find you, you just have to hope that if you're more on a variety content type of time, you have to hope that some of those subscribers that came to you for that they'll rock out with you, even if you're talking about B, C, D, and E. And that's very hard. That's very hard to do. You know, I can remember when I started kind of getting a lot of subscribers, where I think I had like over 100 people subscribe off of one particular Tekken video. And I can look at the analytics, and I remember my next video, I think I was talking about something else. It was a short video. I think it was like a 12 or so minute video. And I saw like 8 people just unsubscribed. I'm like, God damn, like what the fuck? You know, it's like, shit, you didn't have to click on the video. Like, damn, like, you want me to talk about Tekken all day? But there are people that's sometimes how they operate. And as Funky says, yeah, arc rated channels. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you look at any particular game, you know, whether it's arc raiders, which is very popular right now. If you take um Call of Duty, Battlefield, fucking Grand Theft Auto, whatever game, if it's a very popular game, if that streamer or content creator is they're hyper focused on that game, the their growth speed can be faster than somebody that's like more variety based, you know, because you can be variety within fighting games, you can be variety within role playing games, you know, like for instance, people who may play Elden Ring, the easy crossover, right, would be Sekiro or Bloodborne or Dark Souls, because they're all within that same genre. Lies of P. I think you can argue, and I can you can argue and put Expedition 33 in there, because Expedition 33, their combat is very it's almost like a turn-based Souls game, basically, right? With the parry, you have the time to parry and shit like that. So if you're doing content within that particular genre, and then all of a sudden you go and you're playing Street Fighter, that might set some people off. You know what I'm saying? So it's very tough to be a variety streamer. It's very tough. In fact, many of the gurus out there would say pick one thing and just grow off of that. And I can kind of see the logic, you know. I definitely see the point, you know. It makes sense, you know. But a lot of times you can see some creators, they'll burn themselves out, you know, because they're doing the same thing over and over again, and it's like they might be getting success, but it's like they don't want to do it no more, you know. And then all of a sudden they just get burnt out, they get tired of it, you know. They may have streamed Elden Ring like for like 5 months straight. You know, they're Elden Ringed out, you know, they want to do something else. And then unfortunately, some of them, when they choose to pivot, a lot of their audience may not go with them, and that's a harsh reality. That's definitely something that a lot of creators, you know, they tend to deal with, and that's just how it goes. Like for me, for instance, I know whether I play Assassin's Creed Shadows or another game of that type, that's not a game you're gonna beat in one day. You know what I'm saying? Like those are huge, massive games of, you know, Valhalla, Odyssey, uh, um, Kingdom Come Deliverance, Baldur's Gate. These are long, massive games that's gonna take days and days and days. And you know, being able to kind of pivot here and there, you know, it's cool, you know, but it's a risk sometimes, you know, especially if you're trying to grow. Oh, what's up, Mr. Rodriguez? Hi, Funky. Yo, I appreciate you chiming in, man, because I know you're over in Scotland, man. 1 o'clock, shit. Have a good night, and yeah, man, I appreciate you. And I guess we'll chat later. Um, yeah, Rodriguez. You say you think it also comes down to personality, whether audiences will watch them no matter what title they play. No, you're absolutely right. Uh, you know, this is where I don't know when you popped in, or I don't know if you was lurking for a while, but I was saying that I think I was talking to Funky about this, where if you don't have anybody in your chat, or you're really new or whatever, it's ideal to at least narrate your gameplay, ideally, because if I've known that if you're streaming and you're just not saying anything, you're not doing anything. Oh, okay, 15 minutes. Okay, yeah, definitely you missed this part. But the gist of what I was saying was, if you are streaming and let's say if you happen to pop in, right, like you just did, and if I'm playing a game, for instance, and I may be hyper focused on the game. It might be that I'm locked in, but and I think some viewers, they give different times. Some viewers might stick around for a few moments, few minutes. Some viewers might just immediately bounce. They'll come in and they'll just leave. So it depends on the viewer. But after a period of time, if that streamer isn't really saying anything, if they're not, it's almost like they're just completely ignoring the chat 100%. Especially when you're new, yeah, that's going to be hard. It's going to be hard to grow. I can understand why some larger channels might ignore the chat, because I've seen like Asmongold, for instance, like his chat is moving like a million miles an hour. So for him to really catch somebody saying something, it's very difficult. It's not impossible, but when you're at like my level, especially even on Twitch, for instance, I have about 55 followers on Twitch. If I have, say, 5 people in my Twitch chat, for instance, I have enough time to at least answer and engage with people. But if I have like 2,000 people, you know what I'm saying? It becomes more difficult. So I feel like when you're at that small, like you're kind of getting things started, I do think making that effort to engage with your chat and building that relationship, it's key. And I think that goes a long way in getting those few viewers, those subscribers, whether it's YouTube or Twitch or wherever, to where they become more invested in you, as opposed to just, oh, this is just some random human that's playing a game. And that's just what I see. Yup, I am focused and quiet, so I be boring. Fighting Cowboy, yeah, I be watching him a lot, yeah. I've fighting Cowboy because he's always narrating, but he's easygoing. And yeah, Fighting Cowboy is one of the guys that I've been studying. Fighting Cowboy, Cold Carnage, which you probably have heard of, because I feel like if you know certain Let's Play creators, you will know some others. So Cold Carnage is another guy that's very, very popular. He kind of looks like that guy, Peter Dinklage, the guy that played in the Game of Thrones, the little midget guy. He looks very much like him. They look like a spitting image of each other, actually. But yeah, I've been watching a lot of different content creators. Not content. Well, streamers specifically, and just seeing like how they go about things, what games they play. Dashy Games. I've heard of Dashy Games, but I haven't checked them out yet. So far, because the thing is, I've watched a few people, and I don't want to watch too many, because then it's like I kind of like I've kind of gotten the blueprint of watching the few that I've seen, and so far so good on that front, where I see how they kind of edit. I see I see their editing style. I see how they play certain games. Like, for instance, my main favorite style of game, being perfectly honest, is open world RPGs. Those are my favorite games. Like, Valhalla, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Cyberpunk, those. So that's why I looked at those type of creators, because I wanted to see when you get to those points where you're selecting you're leveling your character up, you're selecting skills, you should know playing those games that takes time. You know, when you're trying to decide, okay, which skill should I pick, this skill, should I pick that skill? I look to see how they handle those moments. I look to see when they post their stream to YouTube, did they cut those moments out? Did they leave those moments in? Like, I look at all of that shit. So when I say I be studying, I literally be in my room like I am now, and I'm literally going from video to video, and I'm literally writing down notes, and I'm seeing, okay, at what point, at this point in time, they changed the game, or they started talking about this, or started talking in. I literally dissect their shit, literally, and I came away with a lot of information and a lot of insight, and it also helped build a little bit of confidence in myself, because you know, a lot of times I've been, you know, second guessing myself on how I want to approach things, because I don't exactly have the greatest, you know, presentation. You know, I'm not a graphic designer, so I don't have the fancy overlays. Even though the overlay I do have, I made myself, so I take pride in that. And but it's nothing super like over the top. And also my laptop, you know, I've tried to download some of the more fancy like the animated overlays, but my computer can't handle it. It tanks the frame rate of my stream. So that's why I decided I'm just going to make my own overlay, because I'd much rather have the stream experience be as good as possible than just to sacrifice that to have a fancy overlay, which just doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, you know, I love my open world games, and of course, you know, I'm a Tekken player through and through. I've played the franchise for 30 years. I'm just at odds with the current Tekken right now. And I guess you could say I'm on a hiatus from Tekken until I see what they're going to do for season 3. Final Fantasy VII was your first RPG, and Elden Ring was your first open world RPG that you finished. It was also the first open world game that got you into open world. Started playing Mad Max. Yeah, Mad Max is there's, you know, the thing is, when you have titles like Baldur's Gate, Sekiro, I would throw in there, Elden Ring. The point I'm getting to is, when you have very well known and established open world games, every now and then they will have what they call hidden gems, games that you didn't really get a lot of marketing, but they're very good. And from what I heard, Mad Max is one of them. I heard Mad Max is a pretty solid game. I've also heard, and I'm thinking about playing it. In fact, I probably will play it. It's called The Banishers. It's actually on Game Pass right now. It's kind of a bit of an open world game. Deals with a lot of supernatural stuff. Pretty much like being like an exorcist, or you're sending souls to heaven or hell or something like that. I forgot what exactly it is, but it does look interesting, and it's on Game Pass, so I may actually give it a try. But you know, a lot of times we may miss out on some games that that are really good. You know, maybe because the game didn't get positive reviews. Maybe it didn't have a large marketing budget, and it kind of got, you know, buried underneath the more higher level games. You know. Um, but yeah, Banishers is pretty solid from what I've seen and heard. Um, I've heard of another game. It's open world game called Greedfall. I've heard of that game. That's been out for a couple of years. Uh, gosh, I mean, there's so many games out there to mess around with, and that's actually part of the reason why I love Game Pass, because I'm able to try so many different types of games, at the cost of my subscription, and people bitching and complaining over, oh, it's $30. I'm like, believe me, I don't even know what to even say to those people that bitch and complain because Game Pass Ultimate, uh, 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 a subscriber based service that does not force anybody to pay beyond the month they paid, that gives you access to 480 plus games, and they're bitching because they're paying $30 for it. Like, it's just ridiculous to me. Um, Especially when you know that there are two other tiers that are cheaper that you can also still play. But it is what it is. I usually address those people in like more of the Microsoft Xbox centric videos, because I would literally tear those people limb from limb from a debate standpoint, when it comes to like the whole Xbox and Microsoft thing. But I don't know if I feel like opening that can of worms right now. But what's up, Mr. Random Korean? What's up, man? What time is it for you right now? Because it's like 10 p.m. here in New York. Hope all is well, by the way. Um, Microsoft is going to do, I guess you know what? I feel like talking about this, but I don't know how much time I'll spend on it. But I'll just say this. When it comes to Microsoft, they're sitting in a very good spot, from a financial standpoint. I've heard rumors, like currently, that they're looking to potentially lay off more people. I don't know how true that is. I guess I'll keep tabs on that story, but I'm not surprised, because Microsoft as a company, they're in it to make money. They're in it to make a profit, and these companies, unfortunately, they do things that will get people to be upset with them. It's it's just Microsoft right now. They've actually came out several months ago and said that their primary focus is AI and cloud. That's their primary focus. Well, actually, and also like the Xbox division. And a lot of the Xbox doomers, as I call them, that like to just say that Xbox is dead and this, that, and the other, a lot of them don't really understand how the industry works. They really don't. I Rodriguez, I guess I'll catch you when you come back. But yeah, so they don't really understand how the gaming industry really works. They don't understand. I've seen people say that Microsoft is doomed, Xbox is doomed. I've seen people that claim to be PlayStation content creators, but when especially on X, Twitter, and like 90% of their posts are all Microsoft and Xbox, and I'm like, it's just it's wild to me. I would say that I don't agree with everything that Microsoft does. One, I don't agree with their doubling and tripling down on AI, but unfortunately, this is where several industries are going. Um, I've been seeing many people taking issue with the use of AI in video games. Unfortunately, this is what's going to be the norm. It is what it is. I can remember being as old as I am. We used to have VHS. Then it turned then we had CDs, we had DVDs, we had Blu-rays, and now look, now everything is digital. Like, there are things that happen in technology, and it evolves, and you know, the change, a lot of times people are not open to the change. They want to resist, but eventually the change will happen. And when you look at so many different products and services have these subscription services, all of these streaming services, right? I remember when it was only fucking Netflix. I remember it was like Netflix and Hulu. That was it. Now everybody has a subscriber service. Disney Plus, Paramount, Peacock. It's like, you know. So when Phil Spencer took over the Xbox division and wanted to create the Netflix of video games, that was the smartest move that you could have done at that time. Because I've told people on X, and I've told people that would just complete, you know, they just basically talk shit about Microsoft all day, every day. Microsoft, or rather the Xbox brand, had no choice. And the way I break it down to people is like this. Back in the 7th generation, which is the Xbox 360 versus the PlayStation 3, the Xbox 360 sold approximately 84.7 million consoles. Now, it did release a year before PlayStation 3. It did do that. However, the thing to pay particularly close attention to is that both Sony and Nintendo, they have the entire Asian market, the entire Asian territory locked down. Asians in general are fiercely loyal to Sony and Nintendo. This is not my opinion. This is 1 billion% a fact. When the original Xbox first came out, like the big VCR looking shit, people really did not like Microsoft entering the games industry. Microsoft back then, and even today, is the black sheep of the gaming industry. It has not changed. So the criticism back then with the original Xbox was, all Xbox has is first-person shooters. All they have is Halo. I'm old enough to remember this, by the way. Now, when they came out with the Xbox 360, you notice how they went away from the big black box design to the off-white, slender, sleeker console that you can stand up vertically, which was a big thing in Asian territories. Because over here in America, we didn't really care about standing our fucking console up. We didn't really care about that. So what ends up happening here is Microsoft was attempting to curry favor with the Asian territories, Japan most notably at that time. And this is where, for the 360, which many believe, well, many say is the golden age of Microsoft, they had several different Japanese-based developed games. One of them was an amazing game called Lost Odyssey. That game was created by the creator of Final Fantasy, Hironobu Sakaguchi. So he was the one that left Squaresoft at the time and created his own company called Mistwalker Studios. I don't know if they're still in business, but they created Lost Odyssey as an Xbox 360 exclusive. And then you had another game called Blue Dragon, which was partly developed by, or at least the character design was from Akira Toriyama. And so right now I'm giving you guys the fucking history right now. I'm taking this opportunity to give history. So the 360, they bent over backwards for the Asian territories. Again, not my opinion, 1 billion% fact. And what ends up happening is the Xbox 360 sold. I don't even know if they cracked over 100,000 units sold in Asian territories. I don't even think they did. So fast forward to the 8th generation, which is the Xbox One, Microsoft decided, look, there's no way we can gain a foothold in the Asian markets. It's just, we can't do it. They're too loyal to Sony and Nintendo. No, there's literally nothing we can do. So Microsoft was like, you know what? We're going to just double down on our existing markets that are working, which is the United States, the United Kingdom, like Europe, and maybe Canada and everywhere else, but maybe Korea, Japan, all the Asian markets. They literally classify the Asian territories as tier 2 territories. This is why for the Xbox One, it debuted in 13 territories. 13. I see the chat. Believe me, I don't want to get sidetracked, so I'm gonna get this video. Because I'm gonna upload this as a separate video for YouTube. So at that time, Microsoft released the Xbox One in 13 territories. This is a fact. This is not my opinion. The PlayStation 4 released in over 50 territories. So whenever I hear these fucking journalists who are really PlayStation fanboys really on the low, they kept bringing up, oh, the console war, the console war, the console war. The console wars died in the 7th generation with the 360 and the PlayStation 3. That's when the console war ended. So all of these people that keep talking about at that time and even till now, oh, Sony outselling Xbox 2-1, 3-1, 4-1. We as Microsoft fans, we didn't give a fuck. Microsoft as a company didn't give a fuck. Why? Because they already understood after the 7th generation, they realized that once the PlayStation 3 barely overtook the Xbox 360 at the end of the 7th generation, thanks to The Last of Us, for those of you that remember that game, well, I'm pretty sure all of you remember that game. That's what gave the PlayStation 3 the winning blow over the 360 in the 7th generation. So to get back to the Xbox One versus the PS4, this is where Microsoft decided to change their strategy because they knew no matter what they do, they will never outsell a Nintendo or a Sony console. They basically, at the beginning of the 8th generation, you might as well say they already conceded that generation. They didn't care. It was, and this is what I challenge anybody to find a content creator that will break this down the way I do. You link them in my fucking description, because I do not see anybody able to recite this part of gaming history. I don't. Because the fact of the matter is that Microsoft, with the Xbox brand, they had no choice but to change the Xbox brand. Now, at that time, you had an idiot named, what's his name? Don Matrick, that was leading Xbox at that time. And for those that may or may not remember, they had the meme of TV, 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 because the original design was they wanted the Xbox One, hence the term Xbox One, to be the one-stop shop of your whole entertainment. So they wanted you to be able to watch TV. They wanted you to be able to play video games, to play movies on it. That's why the Xbox One was marketed in that way. And also, from an architecture standpoint, this is also why the Xbox One was a little bit less powerful than the PS4, because the chipset that Microsoft went with allowed the Xbox One, if for those that may or may not remember, to play a video game at the same time while you're watching television. So Microsoft was way ahead of its time at that moment. But they didn't have the technology, they didn't have the proper marketing at that time, and of course the Xbox One really didn't sell that well, and also they were pairing the system with the Kinect, and many people didn't like that you're spending almost $499 to buy a weaker console because the PS4 was stronger, and it come to find out that the technology used for the Kinect pretty much was in direct conflict with the designers of the Xbox One and making it more powerful, because if they did, they would have had to make the console more expensive. So they had to make that sacrifice because they wanted to push the Kinect, which was another device that I feel was ahead of its time, but Microsoft did not know how to properly market it, and they did not have the proper games to take full advantage of the Kinect. So many people just saw it as like a pointless fucking thing that they didn't want. So that's basically what ended up happening. And also another thing that many people don't know is that during that E3 conference between Sony and Microsoft, Sony purposely undercut Microsoft at that time, because at the time, Sony was going to include a peripheral device similar to the Kinect, and Sony was going to have the PlayStation 4 at $499, the same price as the Xbox One. But once Sony saw the reception that Microsoft was having, because they held their show first at that time, Sony called an audible and made several changes on the fly, but did not make it public as to not tip off Microsoft of what they were doing. So Sony was very crafty and very sneaky with their shit. So not only did Sony reduce the price of the PlayStation 4 by $100, but they also cut out whatever peripheral that they were going to add. So now you have a situation where you have a more powerful console that is sold at $100 less. So it did not surprise me that the PlayStation 4 absolutely destroyed the Xbox One in sales. But then again, as I said, Microsoft was no longer in the console war business after the 360. So, what's up, Dylan? So that's what happened with that. Now, this brings us to the Xbox One X and the PS4 Pro. Now, I'm going to tell people, those of you that's in the live right now, and those of you that will watch this after the fact, many people don't understand the true purpose of the PS4 Pro and the Xbox One X, and you're gonna hear it here. This is something you've never heard before. I know I'm hyping this up because I'm excited to even break this down. The main reason why those two systems, even the mid-gen refresh, the reason why those systems existed was to give console players the experience of 4K gaming for the very first time. That's why. PC always, you guys had, PC has always been ahead of console. But another factor was, in the United States, I can't speak about other countries, but during that time, that year, many people did not have a 4K television. I remember that there was a report. There was a report across the United States that the installed base of people that had and owned a 4K TV was very low. So think about it this way. If you are Sony and Microsoft and you have the intent on releasing a 4K console, which would basically become the Series X and the PS5, but what's the point of having a 4K console if the vast majority of the United States were still using 1080p televisions? So what Sony and Microsoft decided to do was they decided to create a mid-gen up refresh with the Xbox One X and the PS4 Pro with the sole purpose of getting people to adopt 4K televisions. That's why later on, across the United States, 4K television adoption increased exponentially. Because you have to bear in mind, it's all a business. You don't think the television manufacturers don't have some kind of connections with consoles? I mean, what are you going to play your fucking PlayStation on? You know, you sure you could play it on a monitor. You could do that, but also the monitors too. So it's a symbiotic relationship industry-wise that consoles and monitors and television manufacturers, they have that type of communication. So that because, and now the strategy that Microsoft wanted to do was Microsoft saw this as a possible opportunity to gain a little bit of market share. Maybe not much, but a little bit. This is why the Xbox One X was actually more powerful than the PS4 Pro. So basically Sony and Microsoft, they had that one main issue, mission to gain, or should I say, to get people in the United States to adopt 4K televisions. But Microsoft saw it also as an opportunity to try to expand their market share just a little bit, because in my opinion, the PS4 Pro, Sony really didn't put that much effort into that console. I'm gonna be honest, just like they didn't put much effort into the PS5 Pro, but we're gonna get to that system. So that's the reason why Microsoft decided to put forth a little bit more effort, because they wanted to try to, give a better impression as they exit the 8th generation and going into the 9th generation, which is where we're currently at with the Series X and the PS5. Now, with the PS5 Pro, when that system first came out, that system 100% is a fucking cash grab from Sony. 100%. Because everybody knows it was the worst kept secret that you're gonna have a PlayStation 6. So why in the fuck are you putting out a PlayStation 5 Pro? Like, people like me that study the industry, I knew what Sony was trying to do. And I knew, based on the specifications of that console, there really wasn't anything earth-shattering about it. It's pretty much the same architecture as a PS5. It's just that they have I think it's the GPU is slightly overclocked. So it's essentially the same fucking thing. It has a little bit more power, but for the cost of that console and the fact that it's still, like, certain games on the PS5 Pro does not really outperform a Series X or a PS5 version all that much for the money that they're asking for. So you're asking your Sony fan base to basically buy, I don't know how much, I don't know if it's like $700 or $700 or something like that. And then what, a couple of years later, here comes a PS6. So this is why I'm glad that Microsoft didn't follow suit, because Microsoft understood that the main point, the main purpose of that mid-gen upgrade wise was to get people to buy and adopt 4K televisions. That was the main reason, because there was no other reason for them to come out with that console. There wasn't. There was not. But I challenge anybody to try to find a content creator that actually knows this type of shit. I will happily wait because I have scoured the internet and I found nobody that really breaks this shit down like this. And I take great pride in this because I've followed this for years and it's of great interest to me. And even though I am a Microsoft guy, I do take my time in learning what exactly is going on with Sony, what is going on with Nintendo. You know, and yeah, there so what I see Random Korean has said, they're glorified Blu-ray players. 100%, that was one of the things that turned me off from Sony. Truth be told, much like everybody in my generation, because I'm born in 1980, so my generation was mostly Nintendo versus the Sega Master System. So as we're coming up, there was a fork in the road where either you stuck with Nintendo or Genesis or a Sega system before they went out of business. So either you did that, you stuck with Nintendo, or you went over to PlayStation 1. I went to PS1. Mainly because of the game called Warhawk. Warhawk was the game that sold me on PlayStation. It was my favorite game. It was the game that made me interested. And then the PS2 came. I was all throughout that generation. And then once the PS3 showed up, Ken Kutaragi, I'm pretty sure even Sony fanboys don't even know who these guys are. So Ken Kutaragi is credited as being the father of the PlayStation. And Kaz Hirai was the guy that I believe he was the president of Sony Corp at the time. And they actually went on record and said that the PlayStation 3, if I want to be Sherlock Holmes and try to find it, I could find the article where they actually went on record and said that the PlayStation 3 is a Blu-ray player that just so happens to play video games. And they went on to further say that it is also the most affordable Blu-ray player on the market. And they were right, because at that time, Blu-ray players were very expensive. So that was the marketing that Sony was using with the PlayStation 3, which is a lot of people don't realize, either they don't know or they forgot. That turned me off. And that's what really got me more so on the Microsoft, because I liked what Microsoft was doing with the 360. And I never adopted a PS3. I mean, I just wasn't interested. Not to mention my favorite game that got me into a PS1, they were finally bringing it back, Warhawk. Turned out that they completely changed the game and they made it like some sort of free-to-play game. So that made my decision to not invest in a PS3 much easier. So yeah, there's a lot of history and a lot of business decisions that led Microsoft to do what they're currently doing with the Xbox brand. And a lot of people, a lot of the so-called journalists who, like I said, they're really Sony fanboys in disguise. They don't know shit. Many of them throughout the course of Microsoft, all they really did was shit on almost every single Microsoft exclusive across Kotaku, IGN, GameSpot, you name it. I've seen, first of all, let's just talk about the game Rise, Son of Rome. At that time, for the Xbox One, Rise Son of Rome for a launch title completely shitted on every single fucking launch title that the PS4 had. Because I know the PS4 at that time, I think the best game at that time for them was a game called Resistance Fall of Man. Many people probably don't even remember that game. That was one of their most hyped launch titles for the PS4 at the time. Rise Son of Rome, bitch smack that shit. But leave it to the games media, the fucking journalists. I seen some journalists gave that game a 4. I'm like, you cannot be fucking serious. The criticisms that they levied against Rise Son of Rome was the game is too short, the game is too linear, and the game is too repetitive, and they didn't like the quick time events. You know what's funny about those 4 points? Last I checked, the very first fucking God of War for PlayStation was very short, because I beat that game inside of 6 hours, was very repetitive in terms of its buttons. It was very linear, and it was the king of QuickTime events, but yet and still every single gaming outlet gave God of War 9s. So it's like, and of course God of War is a great franchise, and it went on to spawn an amazing series of games. But ironically, the 2018 God of War, you know, when they changed the voice actor to Christopher Judge with the boy, when they changed it to that, ironically how the game looked more and more fundamentally like Rise Son of Rome. I found that to be so interesting. And I remembered there was a few people in certain outlets that actually made that reference. It wasn't many, but it was enough for me to like, yeah, it kind of does remind me of Rise Son of Rome in a way. And I was like, look at this fucking shit. I was like, look at this. You know, and then and the thing is, those journalists literally did a hit piece on Rise Son of Rome to where that game didn't even have the opportunity to develop into a franchise. Because the way I saw it, Rise Son of Rome, Rise could have been the actual franchise, because they spelled it RYSE. And Son of Rome was the subtitle. So you had Marius, and those who aren't unfamiliar with the game, it was based during a gladiatorial time in the Roman Empire. But I could have seen them, they could have made Rise something else. And it's an entirely different type of setting. It's sort of like how you have Assassin's Creed. You have Origins, it's in Egypt. Assassin's Creed Valhalla, it's in fucking Scandinavia or fucking Europe. But the fact that those journalists and all of those fucks that were behind basically killed that game, and it never had the same opportunity to develop into a franchise the way God of War did. And I never fucking forgot that. Never forgot that. And then the same thing when I looked at another game, which was a fucking amazing game called Quantum Break. The fucking games media shat all over that game, saying, oh, you know, the game is this, the game is that. Oh, and then you have to, they didn't like that it came with a story that was very interactable. But what I found so interesting is that the way they kept describing the game, it was as if it was like, oh, you had to install the side story in order to play the game, which was absolute bullshit, because it was an option. If you did not want to experience the story of Quantum Break, which had the late great Lance Reddick in there, R.I.P., you know, you didn't have to. But did they say that in fucking IGN and all. No, they didn't fucking do that. They gave that game 6s and 7s. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? So from the very beginning, not only did Microsoft decide to no longer engage in console war-like activity with Sony and Nintendo because of what happened with the 360 era, but you as a games journalist who should be at least neutral in your reporting, they 100%, 100 fucking percent, they were very biased against Microsoft, especially their exclusives. And I've seen it with my own eyes. I've read it with my own eyes, and it was the most disgusting bit of journalism, I put in air quotes, I've ever seen. It was deplorable, and I'll never forget it. Never. And it really upsets me. It really upsets me because I'm the type of person, and even now as a content creator myself, even though I am not a fan of Nintendo, if a game is good, I'm going to give it its due. In fact, my issues with Nintendo really stem with the company, not really their games. I'm not a fan of the company of Nintendo. Like, I think they're fucking scum as far as I'm concerned. I think they just nickel and dime their audience, their business, I guess you could say their fan base. They nickel and dime them. They keep coming out with these bullshit, anemically low-powered consoles. They charge a fucking premium rate while giving you a shit console, and then, like, and not to mention these absurd end-user license agreements that you have to agree to before you even play your Switch 2. Believe me, I can go on and on about how I say fuck Nintendo from a company standpoint, but I do respect the developers that bust their ass and they make quality games. But the company itself, they can go fuck themselves, as far as I'm concerned. I have more respect for Sony than I'll ever have for Nintendo. But anyway, but yeah, so damn, it's so I feel like, I would say this. I have one video where I literally title it "Fuck Nintendo," and that video to this day still has 14,000 views. It is my most viewed video, so I guess I did something there. But yeah, I'm just not a fan of how Nintendo as a company treats their fan base. I'm just not a fan of it. I think it's scummy. I think they do I will say they do the bare minimum because they know their fan base is so fiercely loyal, and I'll even say a bit naive, that Nintendo fans will literally buy anything. And the Nintendo company knows that. They overcharge for accessories. They give weak consoles. Their accessories are very flimsy and subject to break. They have a very anemic level internet in terms of what they offer digitally, in terms of like their online capabilities. It's very archaic. I mean, I can go on and on. I'm just not a fan. I'm just not a fan for those reasons. But when it comes to Sony, I at least give them the credit that with the genius of Mark Cerny, who is the engineer of Sony, they at least put forth an effort to respect, I would say, well, not with the PS5 Pro, but with their mainline consoles, they respect their audience's purchase. That if you are buying PS3, PS4, PS5, PS6, they're putting forth a lot of technology in that to warrant that price. So I respect them on that front. But Nintendo, no. But yeah. Oh, G7, what's up, man? Yeah, I believe me, I've heard that I look like Common. In fact, I'm gonna mess your head up right now. If go on YouTube, well, you're actually on YouTube because you're watching me, but Wait, as I had to think about it. On YouTube, there's this guy, and I'm sure everybody's going to do this if they see this fucking video, and I'm not going to be able to live this down. There is a guy, if you type in the ghetto preacher, that brother looks a little too much like me. The only difference is that he has a bit of a ponytail, but yeah, if you type in, if you go to YouTube, I don't know why I'm doing it to myself. If you go to YouTube and type up the ghetto preacher, oh my God, that dude basically, we are not related. I'm going to say that right now because it looks, we literally look like we're related. But yeah, I have heard Common before. I've actually heard of another rapper too. I think his name was fuck, what's his name? They kept saying that I look like this guy. Something. Oh God, I can't think of the guy's name. It's like I got it at the tip of my tongue too. It'll come to me. But yeah, like, but just getting back to the whole Microsoft thing, I understand that, you know, people, especially when I go on Twitter, you know, they're constantly shitting on Microsoft and whatnot. And it's like a lot of these people, they just don't understand that Microsoft was put in a position that they had to take the Xbox division in the direction they did. And then now, to fast forward to today, with the whole thing of Microsoft putting games on PlayStation, people are making fun of this, and I find this funny because many people don't seem to understand that this is what a licensing deal is. So for every Sony PlayStation owner that buys a Microsoft-based game, Microsoft gets 70% licensing fee for that. So if you think about it from a business standpoint, like I said, I'm all about business on this channel for the most part. Well, of course, the gaming industry business. Let's just say if I have 5 Xboxes, right? And let's just say, I don't know, G7 or Dylan or Jules, any one of you guys in the chat. Let's say if the chat, you guys had 10 PlayStations, right? Now, let's say if I sold to all of my PlayStation owners, I made sales on all five Xboxes, right? You guys make your sales on your 10 PlayStations. In business, can I ever catch up with you? Can I? Can I ever catch up? If you have, or maybe I can put it another way. Let's say if I have five grocery stores, and in another, and you're my direct competitor, and you have 10 grocery stores. We're all making money, but am I ever gonna eclipse you? No, because you have 10 fucking stores. So even if I have a great period, a great financial period, a quarter, I should say, I only have a maximum of 5 stores. So I will never be able to eclipse you unless maybe you fuck up. And that's what's been happening with Xbox and PlayStation. This is why I go back to the whole point of Sony has the Asian territories on lock. And people may think that's not a big deal. But if, let's say, if Microsoft and Sony, they sell the exact same or around the exact same amount of consoles across the United States, across Canada, across Europe. But because Sony has the entire Asian market in their pocket, they're always going to get that little extra. So Microsoft cannot reach that. That's the thing that pisses me off with people, that they just don't understand this fact. It's business. Nothing Microsoft will do will ever overcome that. It's like this advantage, or it's like a stat buff in a role-playing game that Sony always has active. So no matter what happens, Sony always has that active, always. And Nintendo as well, but you know, Nintendo is on their own thing. So that's why it's so stupid to me when people are like, yeah, oh, Sony, like even recently, I've seen so many people talk about, Microsoft had their worst hardware sales, I think, over Black Friday. I'm like, how is this news? Microsoft already knows that the hardware is the weakest aspect of their division. They already fucking know this. They don't care. It's what you call in business an acceptable loss. And then you had those dumb fucks, and I call them dumb fucks, that would say, oh, well, Microsoft, they're leaving the console market. And I'm like, are you fucking... So if Microsoft was leaving the hardware market, then why did they sign a 10-year deal with AMD? It's like, what the... So this is the thing, like, this is why when I talk with some of these people, or not talk, but I message these people, and it's like I do it to myself. I shouldn't even bother interacting with these people on Twitter, because these people, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about, and they're doing this shit a lot of times for clicks and views, a lot of it. But it's one thing to do it, but at least be, own up to the shit. Because if you're positioning yourself as a Sony content creator, but the vast majority of your content is shitting on Microsoft and Xbox, like what is that about? Because last I checked, Sony has games coming out. Sony has a PlayStation 6 coming out. But yet and still, if I'm turning to you as being a Sony creator, but all you're fucking doing is shitting on Microsoft, I'm like, come on, man, you're full of shit. And I see a lot of these people on X, and one guy in particular, you can even see him on Twitter. I think he calls himself PS Guru, and I'm like, I think I messaged him. I think he blocked me at this point, and I messaged him and I said, it's funny you call yourself PS Guru or PSU Guru, whatever the fuck it is, but yet and still, like, the vast majority of your content I'm seeing is just Microsoft, Xbox, Microsoft, ha ha ha, Microsoft is doomed. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Even with, like, that would be like, I'm not a fan of Nintendo, but you don't see 50 million videos of me shitting on Nintendo. This is why, man, I just, when it comes to certain, like, ways on content creation, I'm not on that type of time, man. Maybe that gets the clicks and views, but I'm not desperate like that. Because I like to think my audience has a little bit more common sense than that. Because I just feel like that's like low-hanging fruit as far as I'm concerned. Like, I don't need to resort to that. I really don't. I think that shit is garbage, in my opinion. You can have your favorites. Some people love Nintendo. Some people love PlayStation. That's fine. You know what I'm saying? But it's a difference between having your favorite and outright spreading misinformation and outright bullshit against another platform. Like, I'm a Microsoft guy, obviously, but I don't go out of my way to talk bad about PlayStation. I'll call them out if they do some weird off the wall shit like I did with the PS5 Pro. I feel 100% that was a cash grab. But, with what they have been doing in regards to their PlayStation Network, I feel that they've definitely increased it over the years. It's much better than what it was. Even though they passively aggressively talked shit about Microsoft in regard to Game Pass. I remember way back, Sony was saying how it's not sustainable, it's not something that they would be doing, and then lo and behold, years later, here comes a Game Pass like service from Sony. It's just, I see it all the time. This is why I kind of have an ongoing joke that Sony pretty much X copies what Microsoft does. But a lot of the PS fanboys, they don't want to acknowledge that, or maybe they don't realize it. But 100%, the Sony executives, they don't get bogged down into the console war bullshit because one, like I said, that ended in the 7th generation. But they'll look at Microsoft and be like, okay, this is kind of working. We're going to do our own version of it. And in that regard, I respect them for that. But a lot of the fanboys out there, they just talking a whole bunch of shit. And it's, to me, it's disgusting as far as I'm concerned. I'm just not a fan of it. I don't see myself ever sinking that low to do that. I respect the platform of PlayStation, but you know, we all have our favorites. You know what I'm saying? It's like I have, you know, favorite fighters in the UFC, but it doesn't mean I'm like, you know, it's not like I'm overtly shitting on another fighter because I like this guy, you know, if that makes any sense. You know, one person doesn't have to lose for my guy to win in a sense, you know what I mean? So I don't understand why people, I guess they do it, like I said, for clicks and views, but I'm just not a fan of that. I've just never been a fan of that. But I am looking forward to seeing what Sony is going to come out with their PS6. If the rumors are to be true, Microsoft is going to come out with a beast of a console. I'm already hearing reports that it's going to be pretty powerful, more powerful than PS6. If the chipset are accurate, Xbox will definitely hold the power advantage. And then also, if the rumors, again, if they're true, Microsoft is going to have a full Steam integration. Yeah, smart man. We do need competition. And that's the thing, like a lot of people, like, you know, they want to see, it feels like it, they want to see Microsoft. I mean, Microsoft is not going to go out of business. I mean, they're a fucking $1 trillion company. But they want to see the Xbox brand just go away. And it's like, look, you know, when you have only one particular thing, that's not good for business. That's not good for the consumer. You have to have competition. You know, it's ideal to have that. And you know, and then for people who say, well, Microsoft, they're going to abandon the Xbox console. One, they're not going to do that. The reason for that is because the vast majority of Game Pass members are on console. So for Microsoft to just cut off the console, the console itself, they're going to be castrating themselves in Game Pass memberships. So this is the main reason why we're seeing another Xbox console. Now, I will 100% say that if Game Pass did not exist, I don't think we would have had a Series X. I don't think we would have had a Series X. I think if Game Pass did not exist, I don't think we would have had a Series X. I just don't, I don't believe it. I believe Game Pass still is the best value in gaming when it comes to console. I do believe that, and I do have some facts behind that. Even though people want to bitch and complain, oh my god, they raise it by $10. Like these people just bitch and whine about any fucking thing. But yeah, competition is key. And just like Skills said here, Tekken 8, well, that is kind of like a whole, I mean, there's something to be said about that, because factually, Tekken 8 is the only three-dimensional game on the market right now for a fighting game. Um, I have heard rumors that Dead or Alive is set to come back. Rumors. I don't know how accurate they are, but I wouldn't put it past them, especially with the sad passing of Itagaki-san. And I feel that they should make another Dead or Alive game. And Virtua Fighter 6. So I feel that having that competition, that will shape Tekken 9. I don't think I don't see Virtua Fighter 6 coming out anytime soon. And I damn sure don't see Dead or Alive. If they do make a Dead or Alive, I don't see that coming out anytime soon. I think that with what happens with Virtua Fighter 6, that will be what will really potentially affect what they will do with Tekken 9. That's my belief. Because there will more than likely there will be a Tekken 9 even without Harada-san. But what form it may take, I do see if Virtua Fighter 6 is a resounding success, I do see that influencing certain changes for Tekken 9. If Virtua Fighter 6 ends up being like a fart in the wind, then it's going to be like whatever. It's going to be business as usual. But that's what I see. But yeah, like I really do pride myself a lot in understanding and having that passion for the games industry, because I feel like it is viable information, especially for some people that's interested. I know sometimes some people might look at it as boring, but I do value that, because if certain games don't do good business, those franchises go away. What's going on, Masatsu? What's going on, brother? You need competition. And this is why when I go back to saying my thoughts on what happened with the Xbox 360 versus PS3 and just breaking that down, and why the Xbox division is the way that it is, you know, and realizing that there's nothing they can do to compete directly from a console standpoint. And that's fine. They accept that. But then if you look at all across business, I appreciate that, man. You stopping by and whatnot. I hope you have a good rest and a productive day tomorrow. I'm just kind of I guess you could say I'm like literally digitally hanging out with a few folk here, just rambling on. But yeah, I did enjoy being able to share some of the history on why Xbox is the way it is right now. I think I will post a segment of that to YouTube as a separate video, actually. Um, but I just feel that I've said this before, that there are people out there that unfortunately they do not look at the video game industry as a business. They don't. In fact, it's the video game industry is almost like that one business that people seem to think is not a business. It's just weird to me. Like it's like they can't get out of their mind that playing a game where you're going on an adventure, you're shooting people in Call of Duty, or you're playing a fighting game, that at the end of the day these people are in the business to make money. Like it's wild to me. It really is. Um it really is. And because many content creators that I come across, and I've said this in past videos, they only really speak one language. They only speak from a game standpoint. They can tell you, oh, this is plus this is plus that. You can sidestep that, learn the matchup. They only speak about one thing, the game. And there's nothing wrong with that. But when you have the perspective of understanding the industry, and you have an understanding of why something is the way it is. Why is this character busted? What was the reasoning behind this? Could there be a reason that maybe people are buying this game because of this character, and that leads to why this character is the way it is? Or maybe they position this character in a way to where they centered a new storyline around the character and they're trying to get people invested. Or the character is from a specific region of the world, and they're trying to appeal to that particular fan base. This is the reason why, especially if you look at Tekken, for instance, oh, this character is from this part of the country. This character is from this part of the country. And you see how almost an entire nation will start to play Tekken because now their country of origin is being represented. It's all business. These are the things that many people, they do not, it just doesn't enter into their mind. Or maybe they're too ignorant, not ignorant in being stupid, because ignorance is just meaning a lack of awareness or a lack of knowledge on something, but they're just ignorant to these other aspects of the actual game. And again, that it comes down to guest characters. This is how certain guest characters are selected. Like, for instance, and I've said this, you know, when I think I mentioned this in a prior video, and it's sad that if I was here's the thing, and this and I don't mean to sound vain or anything like this, but some of the things that I talk about, if I was a much larger creator, or if I was like somebody like Asmongold or somebody of that stature, many of the things I speak on would be like the fucking front page of fucking X, Y, and Z in the gaming world, in the gaming industry. So that's why it frustrates me at present time that I have a very small footprint, despite me having the knowledge I have. And conversely, when I do see other people that have these big audiences, these big, huge influence, and I listen to some of them, and they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. And it frustrates me to no end. But I'm like, you know what? All I can do is just keep grinding, and maybe over the course of time, my influence will expand, my audience will get larger, so that way people on my side of things, they will get the real facts. They'll get the real shit. They'll get multiple perspectives, not just, oh, this is plus this and this is, I can give you that too. But there's more to the story than that. There's more to, it's almost like having a pie. You're only getting 1/3 of the whole story. What about the other parts? Now, there are creators that do speak about this, but I haven't come across many. And I feel like that's something that's needed, especially in the games industry, because this is why I have so much anger when it comes to games, and I've said this many times, and I'm going to say it again. This is why I am so frustrated with what happened with Assassin's Creed Shadows and Dragon Age the Veilguard. This is precisely why, because these developers decided to prioritize BioWare and Ubisoft respectfully. They decided to prioritize controversy over their community. On one side, you have basically the most requested, You had the most requested setting in an Assassin's Creed game ever, which is feudal Japan. Nobody gave a fuck about going to Rome. Nobody gave a fuck about going and being a Viking. Nobody gave a fuck about going to Egypt. I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that shortly after the first Assassin's Creed game, the majority of the people I was around, they wanted to go to Japan and be a ninja and fuck shit up. That's what people wanted to do. And then finally, damn near 20 years later, we finally get to fucking Japan and Ubisoft drops the ball. You don't know how. Now, I love AC Shadows, primarily because of Naoe, because it's basically a ninja sandbox for me. But with all of the added controversy of the Yasuke character and the insensitive ways that Ubisoft approached Japanese culture and rubbed that entire nation the wrong way, it did nothing to help the game, because most people saw only the controversy and not the game. And that's what happened with Dragon Age the Veilguard, with all that mental illness, non-binary fuckery, that people focused on that and not so much the game. So now you had two franchises that should have been a fucking slam dunk, and they came and gone with a whimper. And it so frustrates me when you have game developers that are really activists pushing a fucking message and an agenda instead of creating the best game they can make for that fucking game. The game comes second. And I've seen this time and time and time again. It doesn't happen so much in fighting games. With fighting games, because fighting games, the fighting games doesn't really lean too much on its story, not so much as like a role-playing game naturally, but oh, that's a good point. Yeah, many influencers are bought 100%, 100%. Many of them are shills. Many of them, they have basically sold their soul. They've sold out 100%. And yeah, and it doesn't matter what game. It could be Tekken. It could be any game. Any game. You have shills in every genre. Every genre. And that's the one thing that and I made a video about this particular thing many months ago, where I said that for me personally, I will never betray my audience, because it reminds me of something that my father used to say, make her rest his soul. He said that not all money is good money, and fast money can disappear just as fast. And once you lose your integrity, it's almost next to impossible to get that back. You know, so when I see creators, they're prompting up like a particular thing or game or service, and they know deep down it's shit, but they're basically trying to do it just to get their little fucking views and little commissions. Like, you're full of shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can't respect that. And but there are many people, many YouTubers, many Twitchers, Twitch channel people that they do it 100%. Many people on Instagram, anywhere you are in social media, you have a lot of people that push a lot of shit that they probably don't even use themselves. Like, you know, like they don't even use it themselves. So it's just very it's very hypocritical. It's very hypocritical, because once you do get to that point where you do break through, you do get that, you know, a very large audience. You're getting those sponsorship deals. You're getting all of those perks of being a successful content creator and a successful streamer. And your audience is looking to you as, you know what, we trust you. You know, we trust your word, and you fuck people over that. That shit, that's disgusting to me. That's disgusting to me. That is disgusting. I don't know. I know I'm going off on a tangent on this, but um, yeah, I just, I can't respect that at all. The money isn't, money comes and goes. You know, money comes and goes, and and that's where I see a lot of times people will say, and I will also say that many people seem to forget where they come from. And once they get to those big sponsors, they get to those big deals, they forget it was their fucking audience that pretty much gave them that opportunity. Because without the audience, you're nothing. You're fucking nothing. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just the truth. You know, sure, as creators, you know, we do our part. You know, we grind, we try to do X, Y, and Z. But if it's not for the people that's coming by, that's tuning in, that's doing the super chats, doing the memberships, leaving the comments, subscribing, you know, maybe sharing, all that stuff, we're not gonna grow. We're not gonna grow. So in that respect, I feel like at the very least, if you're gonna push something, if you're going to try to sponsor something, at least do something that your audience could get use out of. Don't bullshit people. Don't fucking lie. Because people will find out. They will fucking find out. And I remember there was a creator that went through that somewhat. I think his name was Young Yeah. I remember I mentioned this before, and he went through something like that where he was hyping up Cyberpunk 2077. And next thing you know, it turned out to be what it was at launch. It's much better now, but at launch, and he lost a lot of subscribers. And another guy named Mudahar, I remember I mentioned this to another subscriber, Jules. You know, she knew who I was talking about, and I think also Alvin and a couple other subscribers I have. That he's more of a Nintendo type. I think he's a Nintendo content creator. And I think he said something about he would not buy a Switch or something like that. And he ended up buying a Switch 2 anyway. And it's just, and then he ended up trying to make an apology video. And it's like, come on, dude. Like, you're only making that video because you got caught. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's why I feel like having your integrity your honor is very important, because it's very hard to next to impossible to get that back. Anyway, I think I missed out a few. I Masato, I kind of got off on a tangent there, bro, but I appreciate you stopping in, man. Have a good night and all that good stuff, man. It's good, man. Oh, what's up, Saint Mike? What's up, man? I didn't even see you popped in. I was busy um I was just, something you get in that flow state. Because sometimes when I look at the chat, you know, I'm not a god. I'm not godlike with this just yet. Where, you know, sometimes my train of thought will literally derail. You know, but yeah. So who else did I miss? Yeah, everything that glitters ain't gold. Let me see who else I missed. Oh yeah, I missed a few people. CP Skills, Noctis. You talking about Noctis? Yeah, yeah. You know, and that's just it. You know, going back to that, when these companies go after these particular characters, I had an example that I thought of that I wanted to say on stream, and I'm trying to remember it. It had something to do with how that whole thing works, like it, you know, being influenced and whatnot. I will just say this: every game has its let me make sure I'm not missing anybody before I start. Um, yeah, so every game has its own community. It has its own, you know, some communities are large, some communities are big, some are large, small, what have you. So when you look at the Final Fantasy community, people that play Final Fantasy, you know, that's all they play, right? They probably don't even play fighting games. Those people exist. Some people don't play fighting games, just like some people don't play racing games. So anyway, to the point is, when you have an individual that loves role-playing games, Final Fantasy in particular, and then they get wind that one of their characters is now going to be featured in a fighting game, you don't think they're going to go and try that game out? Or at least look at it? You bet your ass they will. And this is why the whole thing of guest characters is a thing, because it's another way for developers of that particular fighting game to get access to an entirely brand new market and audience. I think the example I was trying to say initially, remember when I was trying to, I couldn't think about it, was I think if I'm streaming to a particular game, right? If I'm streaming to Elden Ring, and there's a lot of people that love Elden Ring, but then all of a sudden, I end up switching to, say, I don't know, Lies of P. Same game, same type of niche, but those people I have influenced are willing, they may not have played Lies of P, but because they value me on some level, they'll watch me play Lies of P, and then they may end up like, hey, you know, this game is pretty cool. I like how he's playing the game. And you know what? He says the game is pretty cool. So you know what? I'll try it out. And that goes in line with the whole influencer aspect, and recognizing the power that you have as an influencer, as well as bringing potential audience of one thing to the next, if that makes sense. Do I think Virtua Fighter has a? I think so. All right, to answer that question, you have to recognize, how were things prior. What I mean by that is, how did the landscape look? We had Virtua Fighter, we had Tekken, we had Dead or Alive, we had Soul Calibur. So you had all these games. Right now, we don't have that. Right now, we only have Tekken when it comes to 3D. So Virtua Fighter has a much better time and chance to do more here in the West, because when you also had Dead or Alive, you also had to deal with that market as well. But so people that are Dead or Alive fans, you know, some may have splintered off to Street Fighter or other games, but you have the possibility that you might get other individuals, other fragmented audience that is not being currently served by Dead or Alive. Virtua Fighter can potentially sweep them up, as well as those people that are very disenfranchised with Tekken 8, which are people like myself. So I think that Sega, they have a very strong, they're in a very good position, if they don't screw it up, to take some of Tekken's market share, because Tekken 8 is not very popular with a lot of people. And if if Sega plays their cards right, with Virtua Fighter 6, this could be a very strong moment for them, for their game in general. which of course includes the West. So I do think it really depends on how well Sega. It really depends on how well they execute. I don't know. It's so far, whoever they have for their marketing team, they should be fired. I think they're doing a very bad job at marketing the game. It's absolutely abysmal. But fortunately for them, the game is looking so good, and the little nuggets of information we have, it's keeping people interested despite the marketing team dropping the ball. So that's the one thing you got to give Namco for when it comes to Tekken. When it comes to marketing Tekken 8, they were everywhere. It was hype. It was live. It was cool. It was fresh. It was catchy. With Virtua Fighter, I don't know what the fuck they're doing. Like that's like they are not helping the developers of the game, because the marketing is an entirely separate department. And sure, the development team has input, but typically in these type of big games, the marketing department is like its own separate department, and they can take feedback from the developer of the particular game that they are marketing. But I don't know what type of relationship they have with Sega in that realm. But 100%, the marketing of Virtua Fighter 6 has been awful. It has been awful. It absolutely horrible. If can you imagine if Virtua Fighter, the game, Virtua Fighter 6, had marketing that was at least half of what Tekken 8 was? They would be much further ahead. Much further ahead. Now, there are some people that are saying, and this could potentially be correct, that maybe they unveiled Virtua Fighter 6 a little too early. That is a possibility. No one really knows for sure except those on the development team. But if that rumor is true, yeah, it could be an issue. Especially now, when you market a game early, there is a way that you can make it work. It is possible. You can make it work. But you have to have a damn good marketing team. You have to have people that know what the hell they're doing. And I'm just not convinced that Sega, their marketing team knows what the fuck they're doing. I give them a fucking 2 thumbs down. 2 thumbs down. It's just I hope that the next thing that Sega, the development team, decides to share, I hope for their sake, I hope that they give the Virtua Fighter community something to sink their teeth in. Otherwise, little by little, you're gonna have people start to lose interest. And everybody has a breaking point. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has a breaking point. And I would hate to see that, because as I said earlier, if Sega sticks the landing and Virtua Fighter 6 is a great game, it launches good, it's a complete launch where you don't have modes that's left out, if the net code is solid, if everything is as good as it can be, it will put on a lot of pressure for Tekken. It will put a lot of pressure on them. It may not pressure Tekken 8, but I will say it will pressure Tekken 9 and the development of Tekken 9. That much I'm more certain of. Because Tekken 8 is already here. By the time Virtua Fighter 6 comes out, Tekken 8 will probably be maybe 3 or 4 years old at this point. So at that point, that will be ended. but the influence Virtua Fighter 6 that can have on Tekken 9, that can be a real thing. That can be a real thing. 100%. Oh, okay, so so they've always been horrible. Okay. See, I wasn't aware of that. You know, I really didn't follow Sega like I follow Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo. Um, you know, I would play the games as they come out, but in terms of like the ins and outs of the company, I don't know them the way I know Microsoft or Xbox really, and Sony. But with you saying that they've always been this way, that's pretty bad. Um, you know, that's pretty bad. One other point I would say about Microsoft or Xbox, I would say, is that people would look at Xbox as being similar to Sega, and I laugh at that because Microsoft, they're able to do something that Nintendo, Sony, and Sega they can't do. And it's not a matter of them being better at games or whatever. It's just the fact that Microsoft is a $3.67 trillion company, and Microsoft has the money, the capital to be or to have Xbox as a publisher at the same time as also being a hardware manufacturer, like in terms of in the hardware market. Um, it would be very difficult for Sony and Nintendo to do something like that at that scale because Sony, I believe, is around, they usually float around, I would say 20, about 24 to $26 per share. And Nintendo is like a little bit less than that. So their total market cap is significantly less than what Microsoft does. Um, so Microsoft is able to do certain things, like make certain studio acquisitions that Sony can't. And so, for instance, if Microsoft wanted to, let's say if Microsoft wanted to buy, if Microsoft wanted to buy Namco Bandai, let's just say, Microsoft would have an easier time doing that because they have much more money than, say, Sony. Sony could buy Namco Bandai, and I've even heard some slight rumors and whispers of that. But it would cost Sony so much money, and it would affect other things because Sony does not have the war chest that Microsoft has. So this is why sometimes Microsoft gets criticized from, oh, all they do is buy up studios. And well, yeah, because they can. It's business. It's fucking business. Aren't we seeing this going on with the Netflix deal trying to secure Warner Brothers? Like, this is why when a lot of times when I'm trying to talk business, even outside of gaming, I feel like there are people out there that are just ill-equipped to understand these concepts, that for the things that a lot of these fanboys criticize Microsoft for, there are other companies that are doing the exact same thing in a completely different business, but it's the same shit. It's the same fucking thing. And so I end up laughing a lot of times, you know, because people just don't get it. And the thing is, when you do have a better understanding of how this industry is ran, you can actually, to a degree, you can kind of forecast where some things are going to go. You can kind of forecast. You can kind of see, okay, if you look at the stock market of, and like for instance, if you look at the stock of, like say if you go to Yahoo Finance, for instance, right? If you go and look at the stock of Ubisoft, their stock has tanked. So I already knew that they were going to get bought out by another company. And what ended up happening? They got bought out by fucking some Saudi Arabia company. You know, so it's like when you have an understanding of the business of gaming, of the gaming industry, and you're taking an extra step to kind of understand how things are working, the who is the movers and shakers, you can see where things are going. If you look at, okay, who is developing this game? What are their political ideologies? You can see, okay, is this game going to be fucking some virtue signal slop, or is this going to be a very good quality game based on who has been hired to be developing the fucking game? There's so many things that go into to this, and I guess maybe because I have a passion for it, that's why I take that extra step, and I apply myself to learn this stuff, because to me it's all fascinating to me. Because you know, even when you're looking at, yeah, Tencent, like you said, when you look at other companies like BioWare, for instance, it's a sad tale. BioWare, I I I I think I've said this in a stream some time ago, where I said that one of the things I feel that Microsoft should have fucking done, Microsoft at the time, they should have bought BioWare, 100%. They should have bought BioWare. The minute Mass Effect came out on the Xbox 360, which was published by Microsoft Studios, it was an Xbox exclusive. I keep reminding people because people tend to forget that point. Microsoft should have snatched them up. I knew once EA, once EA bought out BioWare, I knew it was a fucking wrap. EA, you know, they are, I my mind is telling me to say they are the company where development studios go to die. But I know I just said it, but that's what I was thinking, and I fucking said it anyway. God damn it. But that's how I feel. Um, this is a company that is a vastly powerful company. They have a lot of money, and all they did was change the rosters of their basketball and football games and resell essentially the same fucking game for $70 and hit you with a shit ton of microtransactions. That's all EA has ever been. But somebody, I guess, got in their ear of corporate and said, you know what? Why don't we try to expand our portfolio and try to get other games? And that's when they started buying up other studios. And so when you look at the fate that when you look at the fate, and it pisses me off, and it makes me sad at the same time, that you look at what happened with Dead Space. Dead Space is an amazing game. It is an amazing franchise. I know some people, I think people criticize, I think it was either Dead Space 2 or 3, but Dead Space 1 is a classic. The remake was absolutely amazing. And then when I learned what was going on with the Dragon Age franchise, on why it took 10 fucking years to go from Dragon Age Inquisition to Dragon Age the Woke, I mean, excuse me, the Veil Guard, it's sad when you learned that EA was pressuring the BioWare developers to create a fucking what was it? What do you call it? I don't think it's a hero shooter. It was a free to play game or something. And mind you, this is what they did with Anthem. So Anthem was a game that BioWare was forced to make by EA. That shit just that really bothers me. And when I learned the development cycle of Dragon Age: The Veilguard, that much of the people that created the original Dragon Age trilogy, the Mass Effect trilogy, they all left. Most of them left. There were a few veterans that stayed, but during the crazy development cycle of Veilguard, where EA was pressuring them to make the next Dragon Age game into some sort of like pay to I think it was either a hero, no, not a hero shooter. That's what they tried to do with Halo, but that's another topic. They tried to make it into like a fucking like a looter shooter or some fuck. They tried to get BioWare to make their Dragon Age game into something that they don't have the experience of making. And then what ended up happening is they changed it 3 times. 3 times. So it went from a first player game to something else. They scrapped the script. Then they changed it back to a single player game. Then most of the creative that came up with the original script, they ended up leaving. And then what ends up happening, and get this, they end up hiring a fucking transsexual, some dude named Corinne Bush, who, just to kind of say, this dude, because he's not a fucking female, sorry, hopefully I don't get banned on YouTube, but hey, I'm just calling it what it is. This dude spent 17 years, according to the reports, at BioWare, or was it, no, at EA, and he worked on The Sims. The fucking Sims. So you give, so here, hold on. So you give the creative lead of Dragon Age to a dude with an agenda whose only gaming credits has been 17 years on The Sims. Are you fucking serious? So when you see, this is where, when you understand the full story of why Dragon Age: The Veilguard turned out the way it did, it makes me frustrated, it makes me angry, and it makes me laugh all at the same time. Because you have one of the greatest RPG franchises in the last 20 years, and it basically got killed by EA. And I own Veilguard. I enjoy the game. Not the fucking the narrative, but I enjoy the game. And I enjoy the game for the graphics. I enjoy the music because Hans Zimmer, for those who are aware, Hans Zimmer is a very well-known composer. I was surprised to know that they actually got him on board to do a lot of the music for the game. That's why I'm like, oh wow, this sounds fucking good. I like the skills. So there's many things about Veilguard I do enjoy, but unfortunately, the mental illness narrative of them including a fucking non-binary character that you can't get rid of, you can't criticize in the narrative. So you know when you have the dialogue options to choose what you want to say, from what many people have said, because I have not gotten that far into the game, they say that you can never really outright disagree with the Tosh character. You're always really affirming to this character. Whereas in prior Dragon Age games and Mass Effect games, you can either be an asshole, you could be good, you can be bad, but in Veilguard, they make it specifically like, okay, well, you have these dialogue choices, but you can't really, you don't really have you have a choice, but you don't really have a choice. And you know, that's the thing that it's just sad. Because like I said, my favorite style of games usually are the RPGs, the open world games. So a game like Shadows, a game like Veilguard, Mass Effect, those are personally my favorite games. And it hurt, it crushed my soul to see what happened with Dragon Age as a franchise. And then here's the thing that pisses me to fuck off even more, is that this fucking guy, he ends up quitting BioWare 4 months after, I think it was 4 or 6 months after the launch of the game, and goes on to get hired as the creative director of a new game over at Wizards of the Coast. But yet and still, these people want to keep saying, oh, we're marginalized. We're all about inclusion. Fuck out of here. Fuck you with that shit. These are the only people that literally fail upwards. How the fuck are you a game director of a massive franchise like Dragon Age? You fuck it up, you quit, and get hired in the same role at another fucking company. God, that shit pisses me off. So now people who are fans of Dragon Age, that franchise is dead. That franchise is gone. So what I ended up doing, I was curious. I don't own Baldur's Gate 3, but I know it does have some queer alphabet community stuff in the game. I do know that. But I was wondering, why is that game so much more successful over Dragon Age? So what I ended up doing was I asked, you know, I was going and researching Reddit threads and articles and such like that. And like I said, I haven't played Baldur's Gate 3, but from what most people say is that Baldur's Gate 3, it has very good writing. It actually gives you a lot of viable choices. It allows you to kind of be almost what you want. Like you have more degree of choice. So apparently, I think you can kill your party members in that game. You can dismiss them. You have varying degrees of how you want to respond. The story is, I get, from what I understood, the story is more cohesive. So I guess that's it. You know, because I was very curious in that regard, because I'm like, well, I know Baldur's Gate has those type of elements in the game. So why did Baldur's Gate succeed and Veilguard didn't? And I ended up getting my answer. You know, and it's just sad. It really is sad, because I understand people, you know, they understand they want their representation and all sort of bullshit. But to be perfectly honest, I am not happy that the sacrifice of a good game and a good franchise, along with many people's employment at a studio, is sacrificed just so they can have their fucking pronouns. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Now there are games like even the original Mass Effect trilogy, the original Dragon Age trilogy, even they had those elements in the game. You know, I remember when I first played Dragon Age Origins, and I'm like, why is Alistair flirting with my character? Why I made a male character? Why? Like at the time, all those years ago, it didn't really like it didn't really dawn on me. I was like, what is this? Like, what is this shit? You know? And but it's like over time, it's like more and more these people are putting it more and more in your face. And I think people I think people haven't told them that the vast majority of gamers are heterosexual men and women. That this is a well-known fact. And I even took it upon myself out of curiosity to go to one of their own websites. I believe it's called GLAD. And I typed it in. It's like, how many gamers are a part of the, I call it the alphabet community because they have LGBT whatever. All right, Rodriguez. Yeah, I appreciate you stopping in, homie. I guess we'll catch up on another stream or a video. Um, but yeah, like what was I saying? So yeah, I looked these things up, and I was trying to, trying to have a better understanding, and I was like, all right, well, what's going on here? Like, why is this the way this is? Like, it's not, it doesn't benefit the game. Unfortunately, the agenda keeps trucking. It keeps going on. Keeps going on. And I'm not a fan of it because it ends up ruining quality games. It ends up ruining quality games, and I'm not a fan. I'm just not a fan. But that's the world we live in, sadly. And if you look at any of these shows, these movies, all this stuff, it's sad. It's sad. It really is. But anyway, I'm wondering how are you guys doing right now? Because it's like 9:55 p.m. I've seen a few guys left out. Wonder what you guys are up to. Hopefully, none of you are playing Tekken. And if you are playing Tekken, maybe you guys are winning. I don't know. For me, I'm debating on if I want to cut the stream because I'm getting a little hungry. Might go out, get something to eat. But I feel like there's a couple of things I wanted to say. The point that I think the point I kind of got derailed when I was piecing out Rodriguez with the alphabet community and stuff like that. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. The vast majority of the gaming community are straight men and women. And when if you're going to inject your gay stuff in the game, there's ways to do it to where it is not something that's going to really cripple the game. I look at how they did it with like I said, the original Dragon Age trilogy, the original Mass Effect, how they even did it with Baldur's Gate 3. From what I understood, in that game, it's not something that's so pushed and shoved in your face so much, and your choices and ways that you can handle it are vastly different than how they are in Dragon Age: The Veilguard. Um, oh, it's 3 a.m. for where you're at, Skills. Oh, okay. But yeah, I just wish that these developers would prioritize the game more instead of their own agendas. That's what I want. And there's too many times we've seen games that literally die commercially for the sake of literally, by comparison, a handful of people that think and believe as they do versus the vast majority of the gaming populace that are straight men and women that don't give two shits about this pronoun, non-binary, top surgery scars. We don't care about none of this shit. We just want a quality game that if it is a part of an established franchise, like if it's a sequel, we just want the game to respect the already established lore. And we don't want to be preached to on how we should address the fucking character. that's but it's funny that in saying stuff like that, I could potentially be, oh, I'm a homophobe or I'm this and I'm that. And I'm like, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Because if I were like, if you know what, if you were to actually look up the price of Baldur's Gate 3 right now for PlayStation or Xbox, and look up the price of Dragon Age the Veilguard, Xbox or PlayStation, just be aware that Veilguard came out after Baldur's Gate, which means Veilguard is a newer game. And I believe Veilguard is like 20 something dollars right now. And I remember during like the Christmas holidays at Best Buy, that game was on sale. The boxed, like the physical edition, brand new for $9. The lowest I've ever seen Baldur's Gate 3 go was $52.99. That was the lowest. That's the lowest price I've ever seen that game. And that game is how many years old now? Like it's just, so that just goes to show, just one game's success in how they handled their writing, how they handled the game, and how they handled those type of virtue signaling moments is vastly different than what they do with Veilguard. And it's just, and I can bet you they're gonna make another Baldur's Gate at some point. I know they're busy. I think the latest news is they're coming out with a Divinity 2. I think that's the next game Larian is making. But probably after that, they'll do another Baldur's Gate. I don't see BioWare doing another Dragon Age anytime soon. And that's sad. And that really pisses me off. It really upsets me. So I play the game. I play Veilguard. I own it. I bought it. I'll admit it. Because I'm a fan of the franchise. But I'm well aware that it's basically a dead game because you let a bunch of activists near the story. Like I said, the graphics look great. The combat I enjoy. I enjoy the combat a lot. I think it has a lot of good physics in terms of the character movement. So there's a lot of good elements about the game that I found. But the story, in terms of like all the woke and virtue signaling, all that shit did not need to be in the game. But it is what it is. It goes back to what I said. They chose controversy over community, and that's just what it is. Yeah. So it's 10 o'clock. I think I'm probably just gonna go and probably chill at it. Pragmata, I've heard of the term. I've heard of the game. Excuse me, not the term. My mind is elsewhere right now. I've heard of the game. I need to look more into it. There's so many games. I remember at the beginning of this stream, I think somebody asked me what games I'm looking forward to. I think I went on like a 20 or 30 minute rant on that, on some games I'm looking forward to. That game, Pragmata, what you said, it does look interesting. I think I saw the trailer a few times, so I have to look at it again. But yeah. But yeah, man. It's just, I just want good games with good stories. That's all I want. I don't need to be reminded of your they them. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. It's funny with a lot of these transsexual people. The funny thing, I remember seeing one person mention in a thread that I was a part of one time, where it said, if these people want to do the whole transition thing, if you're a dude and you want to be a go and Mr. Potato Head yourself into a female, then why, when you're playing these video games, why don't you make your character as a female? And if you're a man right? If you're a woman that wants to tran into a female, just play your game, you know, like just do that. Because that's really what you're aiming to do. So the whole thing of all this extra non-binary, this shit just, this makes me want to bash my head against a wall. It's like, come on, man. We don't care. It doesn't benefit the game at all. But yeah, man. Nah, a lot of times demos that's on Steam, they're not really on Xbox. Yeah, at least not yet. If the rumors are to be true about the upcoming Xbox system, then yeah, but that's gonna be some time away. But I could try it out, but my laptop is not that powerful. So yeah, it might not be a good experience for me because I do have a Steam account. That's how I was able to play that beat 'em up Marvel Cosmic Invasion, which I really enjoy. I was able to play that game because it's not that demanding on my computer. Oh, Hector, oh wow, you still around? Yeah, I heard Volition, yeah, that they got rid of the Saints Row game because that last Saints Row didn't perform that well. I never played it, but I heard many people complain about that game and the direction they took it. And then some of the defenders of the game, I've heard they were basically shouting back saying, well, it's a reboot. So I don't know. But at the end of the day, yeah, they ended up shutting down that company. And it's sad, you know, a lot of like that's why I tell people this is business. And if your game does not sell, your publisher is going to shut you down, you being the developer, because that's literally the relationship of the publisher to the developer. And honestly, and just to really kind of scratch this real quick, that's what really happened with Mortal Kombat 1. Mortal Kombat 1, NetherRealm obviously being the developer, NetherRealm had in mind a lot of content for that game, but unfortunately, Warner Brothers, they basically forced NetherRealm to release Mortal Kombat 1 long before it was finished. And that's why MK1 had a shitty launch. It had a real shit launch. Several games had, like, even I could think back to Battlefield 5. Battlefield 5 had a bad launch because why? EA forced DICE to release the game early. Dragon Ball FighterZ had a bad launch. I'm not too sure what happened with them. It could have been Namco forced their hand, but yeah. I do know that Dragon Ball FighterZ was developed by Arc Systems. So I think Namco was the publisher, if I'm not mistaken. But either way, Dead or Alive 6, Dragon Ball FighterZ, Battlefield 5, Mortal Kombat 1, each of those games had a horrible launch. Oh, and let's not talk about Street Fighter 5. You know, so a lot of times the publisher is the ones that make that final call to be like, look, you know, if you're the cook in my restaurant and you're telling me, look, that steak is not ready yet, I can tell you, I don't care what you think, get it out, because I'm the publisher. And it sucks because that's what really screws up a lot of developers. And a lot of times when the game ends up being bad, the typical gamer is just going to go after the developer, you know, and that's where a lot of gamers were blaming NetherRealm for the issues that Mortal Kombat 1 had, which you could levy some of the blame on them in some regards, but a lot of the blame definitely should have been placed on Warner Brothers as the publisher, because clearly Mortal Kombat 1, when it came out, it was not ready for prime time. It was not ready for prime time at all. And that was the decision of Warner Brothers. And a lot of gamers don't understand that relationship. And it's a shitty one at times. Unless your publisher really cares, like unless they give a shit, and you know, it's not just money to them, because you know, it is money. But if you're the type of publisher where you're like, look, if we release this game now, it's not going to do well. The developer already told me the game is not ready, but if I'm just going to put it out because I want, you know, that early initial sale money, and then afterwards the game ends up becoming shit, the community revolts against the game. So what happens now when I come out with a sequel? Do you think the people are going to be clamoring for the next game? Probably not. So smart developers, publishers will listen to their development team and say, look, we have this window we're trying to release. What do you think? Can we get the game out by this time? We're aiming for second quarter 2027. You as a developer be like, Mike or John, I don't think we can try, but we'll let you know September of 2026. And then September comes around, but like, look, sir, I think we need a little extra time. If that publisher gives a shit, they will give that developer the time they need. Even if it costs them a couple of sales. But in the long run, you will curry favor with that community. And this is where you'll have a lot of us as fans. We will end up respecting that game, and we'll be like, look, we'll support that game. That's what happens. That's why I respect the developers of Lords of the Fallen, and I'm looking forward to their next game, because they're a studio that they have gone above and beyond their game. And even if you're not the sort that plays Souls-like games, just know that Lords of the Fallen, what CGI Games has done was very, very good. And at least for me as a fan, when they come out with their second game, I'm definitely going to be buying that 100%. But yeah, you know, when you have that good publisher-developer relationship, that's where good things can happen for the business and for the player, because the player will actually get a finished game, a finished product, you know. And so it's a shame with what happened to Mortal Kombat 1. It's a shame. It really is. It really is. I don't know how they're going to bounce back from that, because they're on the verge, if it hasn't already, they're on the verge of being acquired by Netflix. And I don't even have a Netflix subscription. They're too woke. They're too fucking queer. They're too alphabet community for me. And it's just too many agendas. I think the last time I had Netflix was only to watch the Cobra Kai show. That was really it. I think after I finished binging Cobra Kai, I canceled the Netflix membership. Because looking at what Netflix promotes to kids, to children, yo, in case you guys are not aware, Netflix promotes, I think the article was 42 or 47% of alphabet community content to children. Like, what the fuck? So I don't even want to imagine what a Mortal Kombat game as Netflix, as your publisher, is going to look like. I have no faith. I have zero faith in that. Zero. You know, and again, those are the things that I look at that go beyond the game. I'm looking at, okay, if a company like NetherRealm ends up with Netflix, if unless it, like I said, I don't even know if the merger happened, because last I heard, Paramount was also in the talks of trying to acquire Warner Brothers. But if Netflix acquires Warner Brothers, by extension, they also acquire Rocksteady, which are the Batman Arkham games. They also acquire, what's the other one? The Harry Potter game. They also acquire, NetherRealm Studios, which is Mortal Kombat, Injustice, and all that. So, when you understand the landscape and you see who the players really are and where certain studios are going to land, that can kind of give you a forecast on what your next game is going to look like. And yeah, so it's sad. It really is sad. Oh boy. So I've been yapping for almost 4.5 hours. Wow. Yeah, I think so anyway, what I'm gonna do is, I don't know, because I'm gonna wrap things up, but what I'm gonna do, what I aim to do. Oh wow, G7, you're still here? Okay, wow, that's good. Warner Brothers, they turn. Oh, okay, they turn. Oh yeah, okay. So it is all right. So worst case scenario is gonna happen. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. That's unfortunately, that's I I it's almost like season 3 of Tekken 8. Could it be good? It could be, but I'm not confident that it is. And that's pretty much where I stand with, and I appreciate that, G7, G7. Yeah, I appreciate you informing me of that, because I wasn't sure where they currently were at the moment. But yeah, so they did merge with Netflix. Okay, so now Netflix having, Warner Brothers catalog, yeah, that's, I am not confident that, a good quality Mortal Kombat game is going to come out, under a publisher of Netflix. I don't see it. So it is what it is. I'm open to being wrong. I'm open to being wrong, but that's my position on that front. That's my position. Um, so so this is, what I just to kind of just to kind of put this out there. This is what I plan on doing moving forward, because right now it's January 12th, 2026, 10:16 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Um, I aim on doing a lot of streaming on Twitch, because I am trying to build up my Twitch. Of course, I can dual stream onto YouTube, so I'll be having times where I'm dual streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, but then I may have some times where I'm just doing it only on Twitch. Why? It's because I think I've covered it earlier, but I'll cover it again. I do like how it just feels much easier to just go live on Twitch, and just I don't have to worry about creating a thumbnail. I don't have to worry about making an elaborate description on my YouTube. I don't have to worry about all the channel tags. I can just go live, do X, Y, and Z, and that's it. And I also like that after the Twitch stream ends, I can export that entire stream over to YouTube, where I can kind of cut it however way I wish, put the game, if it's a game, as a let's play, we can do that. I do intend on streaming Assassin's Creed Shadows, because one, I just want that ninja sandbox. I definitely want that. Um, I may stream Dragon Age the Veilguard. Why? Because I'm curious to see how woke it is, and I am interested in seeing the type of choices I'm going to have, because I've read all the horror stories. I want to experience it for myself. I don't expect hardly anybody to watch me play it, and that's totally fine. I'll probably also play it off stream too, just to kind of get through it. But definitely on stream, Assassin's Creed Shadows. I also want to do. I think I'm gonna schedule my Tekken streams. If I choose to play Tekken 8, it will be a scheduled stream 100% because I can only stomach that piece of shit game only but so long. Definitely open world games, Souls like. I'm definitely open to suggestions. I think when I make my community posts, I'm definitely open to those suggestions. Many people have said Sekiro. I will more than like get my ass beat in that game because I have not played Sekiro since 2020. So that's going to be that's going to be its own version of suffering, but in a good way. But yeah, the aim is to definitely grow, and I want to play these games. I want to get through these games. Red Dead Redemption 2, that's a phenomenal game. I've also seen a lot of people stream Divinity Original Sin 2, which I'm surprised because that's kind of like a slow game. So to see a channel having 1,000+ people watch somebody play one of those style of games is wild. Not to say I would have 1,000 people, but it's just interesting that people actually watch those type of games, you know? So that's interesting. So definitely I'm looking to do that. So I'm more than likely going to start my a brand new playthrough of AC Shadows probably tomorrow, and just have fun with that. I'm gonna be narrating the shit out of that game because more than likely when I start the stream, I'm probably gonna have nobody in the stream with me for a while, and that's fine. You know, growing. We gotta grow. We gotta grow. We're not Asmon Gold or Penguin Zero yet. You know, and but yeah, that's what I intend on doing, and I do need to commit to a stream schedule. Gotta fucking figure out. The thing is, for me, it's just me making excuses. So I need to come up with a schedule that's good and that works for me. That's something that I can stick with. And that's what I need to do to kind of take this to the next level. And then also do the whole send the shorts to YouTube, the YouTube short, the TikTok, and all that stuff. So we got to do that as well. So yeah. Yeah, Dungeon and Dragon, that's what I mean. Like those type of games. Yeah. Yeah, I was very surprised when I would look at, I'd look at Twitch. In fact, hold on, let me see. Maybe I can um let me just go here real quick. I don't think you guys mind, right? All right. I think let me see. Uh Let me go to Twitch. Is the OBS capturing this? Oh no, it's not. Hold on. I think it's. Wait, why is it not showing? Is it because I have the game capture on? No, I don't have the game capture on. Hold on for a second. Let me see why this is not capturing. Because I thought. Let me go back to OBS. Oh, wait a second. Is it? Hold on. Why is it, wait a minute. Is it? I'm actually trying to figure this out. Like, why is this not popping up? Okay, let me try this again. Because it should. Oh, there we go. Finally. Okay, there we go. All right, I got it. So, all right. So if I go to Twitch, let me see what they got going on right now. So we go to following, go to categories. So pretty much these are all of the games that I pretty much added because these are games I kind of own. and I look to see which of these games I would play on stream, because these are games I actually own or I have access to. So I think OBS is picking this up, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay. So, wait, hold on. I fucked up. Okay. Yeah, so when I look at, say, wow, Shadows, holy shit. This is the most I've seen people play Assassin's Creed Shadows. Wow, I don't know what's going on here. But Divinity Original Sin. So right now they have about 540 viewers. And so this lady here, she had, I think it's a lady, is it? I hope it is. Morgana. She has 262 viewers, and this other, okay. Let me see. Boy, wow, look at Assassin's Creed. Holy shit. Oh, that's why Asmongold is playing. That's why Asmongold is playing it. Okay, that's something. Yeah, that's the thing. When you get to this level, man, guys like him, they can stream any fucking thing. Because you can see everybody else has 8 views, 7 views. This guy has 18, 7, 2, 4, 5. Yeah, so that he's the reason why AC Shadows is having some love right now. Yeah. Yeah, man. But yeah, so I definitely look to do more of the streaming. Another thing, I understand that YouTube, you can find people are your discoverability is much better on YouTube. It's just that, like, let's say if I'm playing Original Sin 2 and then I switch over to Assassin's Creed Shadows, right? Well, on YouTube, I would I don't have to, but if I have a thumbnail promoting that I'm streaming, you know, this particular game, and then I go and switch the game, then I gotta switch my whole thumbnail. It's very, I don't know, man. I like how they do it in Twitch, where I can literally just change the game in the stream settings, and it's just no problem. You know what I'm saying? In fact, hold up, I can actually show that for those that may not be aware or whatever. So if I'm if I go to my channel, um, which I'm currently live here for the most part. And so if I say, right now I have like about what, 56 followers. So trying to grow that. So if I want to change, I think I go to creator dashboard, and then let me see, where is that? I think it's stream manager, right? Yeah, I think it's stream manager. Okay. And so yeah, from here, edit stream information. So all I have to do is just make some changes right here, and that's it. And then the minute I hit done, at that point, everything is reflected. It's much more straightforward than YouTube. Like here in the tags, you can go up to 10 tags. So I can type that up real fast, and I can also do that while I'm live, you know? And then if I exit out of, say, just chatting, let's say if I go to Assassin's Creed, let's put Assassin's Creed, and then there, boom, Assassin's Creed Shadows. And then so that, and then once I hit done, everything's reflected in that. So it makes this part a little easier. Um, it definitely makes it a little easier. And then also I like that you can do a lot more with your stream on Twitch, because you can like export it, you can edit it. In fact, I can go to what is it? Content video producer. So right now, okay, I guess this is the stream that's going on right now. So if I go So this was one of the streams I did where I was streaming what's that game? Expedition 33. So I can literally if I want, I can download the stream. As you can see, it says download. You can't do that on YouTube. Like on Twitch, I can download this entire 2 hour and 44 stream. So I can download it to my laptop, add it into my editor software, and do whatever I want to it. Or I can export it. And when I click export, you know, I can export it to YouTube, as you can see, and it'll appear on YouTube. And it's a really cool thing. And let's just say if I made a highlight, which this is an example of, I did a highlight. This was the 3 hour and 15-minute stream. So if I go to the highlight, this is how, so I made my stream markers down here. And out of the whole stream, I cut out this whole section that's in black. I cut out that whole section. And then what I like is if I want, I can take this highlight. I believe export. There was a way, I forgot. Hold on. How did I do it? I think it works for clips. I think that's what it was. I think it's because like you can see, I'm still figuring this whole thing out. So I made a clip here out of the Assassin's Creed. It didn't really do much, but if I were to share it, you can see I can share it to YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, X, Facebook, Reddit. So you get quite a bit of options in this. So that's why like once I learned like, okay, Twitch is pretty cool in that regard. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it, you know. But of course, YouTube, it's much easier to get discovered. So using both is ideal. So over the course of time, hopefully I can kind of grow both. That's the mission. So, you know, we'll see. But yeah, I think I'm like 10:30 right now. So I appreciate you guys rocking out with me. You see my eyes are starting to kind of, you know, get like lazy right now. But yeah, I appreciate you guys, man. Definitely chilling out. You know, I know you guys probably are. Let me see, like, what is it, seven of you left, I think. So definitely appreciate it. It's like my brain is starting to shut off. I'm probably just gonna go to the bodega, get me like two raisin bagels with cream cheese, and just probably just rock out for the rest of the night. And but yeah, when I do my streams, I'm definitely gonna do a lot of narrating, especially with the open world games, until, you know, maybe some of you come in. And it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be quite the challenge. We're gonna do this, but it ain't happening right now. Right now, I'm hungry and I'm tired. So, but to all the lurkers, I appreciate you guys. I'm about to get up out of here. Peace and salute. And this has been fun. I didn't really talk about all the things I really wanted to talk about, but you know, hey, it's a live stream. I'm just happy that I had a few folk in here that was, you know, rocking out, engaging with me. I appreciate that. But yeah, man, yeah, Mike, take care. Enjoy the rest of your night, doing whatever you got going on. And same thing for the rest of you guys. And I'll be back like Arnold.